Chapter 4156. It's very simple. When you get back, take the initiative to please Sichu Qian. Then, both of you will take the first drug. By then, both of you will be very happy. I guarantee that the effect will be even better than the one in the Central Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi explained. Ah, do I have to pretend to please that bitch? Alright, I'll listen to Boss Lin Yi. When Wei Shenjin thought of Sichu Qian's face, he felt disgusted. It was fine if she did not have the strength, but she had the strength. But since Lin Yi had said so, he could only nod and agree. With Sichu Qian's slutty nature, after tasting the sweetness, she will definitely take the drug and secretly find her lover, Ma Shongfeng. When that time comes, just let her take the second drug. Lin Yi continued to teach. Oh, all right. But what's the difference between the second drug? Wei Shenjin asked curiously. Of course, the second drug's effect is even stronger than the first one. But there's also a problem. Lin Yi laughed and said, if a man takes it, it will cause his kidney water acupuncture point to become stagnant, causing him to lose his yang energy and die. But you reminded me that the name Ma Shongfeng is quite a good match. If a woman takes it, she will become dizzy. Her body will act like a natural instinct and will not be able to stop. In the end, her heart will not be able to withstand the extreme excitement and she will die. Phut. Good. That's great. Boss Lin Yi is really a god. This kind of drug that kills without leaving a trace is practically made for that bitch couple. It's impossible for them not to fall for it. Wei Shenjin was overjoyed. If he did what Lin Yi said, he wouldn't need to take any risks at all. It was all Sichu Qian's fault, and no one from the Snowsword School would suspect Wei Shenjin anymore. They'd only think that the couple was a shameless couple, and deserved to die. Wei Shenjin didn't know what to do. When you go back this time, be careful not to reveal your strength. If you are exposed, Sichu Qian might not go to Ma Shongfeng anymore. If that happens, our plan will be ruined, Lin Yi reminded him. Don't worry, Boss Lin Yi, I understand. That slut is shameless to the extreme. She had an affair with that ugly Ma Shongfeng because she didn't like Ma Shongfeng at all. She was just fooling around to satisfy her cravings. If she finds out that I've recovered, she'll definitely shamelessly stick to me again. You will continue to act innocent in front of me and play me like a fool. Wei Shenjin nodded. That's right, that's what I'm trying to say. After Sichu Qian's death, I'm afraid that you, as her husband, will still have to be investigated. When that time comes, make sure to clean up the traces. Blame the 2 drugs that I gave you on Sichu Qian. Tell her that she secretly bought them from the Central Chamber of Commerce. Tell them about your helplessness and sorrow. The facts are there, and they will definitely believe you. Lin Yi continued to guide him. Alright, in any case, if nothing unexpected happens, that slut Sichu Qian should have died together with Ma Shongfeng. With the irrefutable evidence, I believe that no one will say anything, Wei Shenjin agreed. That's right. That's about the whole plan. Do you have any other questions? Tell me, and I'll help you solve them, Lin Yi asked. I don't have any questions, but... Wei Shenjin hesitated for a moment. He said worriedly, Sichu Qian is Sichu Guangzong's biological granddaughter. If she dies like this, Sichu Guangzong's old face as an elder of the Snowsword faction will be completely lost. He won't be able to raise his head again. Even if he can't say anything at the time, he will definitely find an opportunity to deal with me later. After all, as long as I'm alive, people will think of the Sichu family's immoral granddaughter. That will make him lose face. Sichu Guangzong is indeed a threat. However, I can help you solve this problem. Lin Yi smiled and gave him an idea. After the incident, you can come to our Tiandan pavilion. When you go back, tell everyone that Big Brother the Will of Heaven healed your injuries. That way, you will regain your strength and potential, and become a core disciple of the Snowsword faction. You might even have a relationship with Big Brother the Will of Heaven. At that time, who would dare to deal with you? That's right. That's great. Thank you, Boss Lin Yi, for your guidance. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. In the future, no matter what you want me to do, even if I have to climb a mountain of daggers or swim a sea of flames, I, Wei Shenjin, will not hesitate. Wei Shenjin said gratefully and excitedly. This person, Lin Yi, not only did he have great strength, he also had a miraculous ability. He also had a profound background, and most importantly, he had a shrewd mind. Every time he came into contact with Lin Yi, Wei Shenjin couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Even if he didn't have the grace of giving him a new life, even if he didn't have the heart-devouring parasite, he had already started to sincerely feel that it was not wrong for him to worship this boss. In the future, if even such a person couldn't reach the highest level, then perhaps no one in this world would have the qualifications to stand at the peak of Heaven Stage Island. I don't need you to do anything for the time being. After you go back, think of a way to cancel your wanted order. Then, put the matter of your recovery on Big Brother the Will of Heaven's head. Don't let it have anything to do with me, Lin Yi instructed. The reason why Lin Yi repeatedly emphasized this point was because he had his own concerns. There were many experts on Heaven Stage Island. Once the news that he had restored Wei Shenjin's meridians spread, others would naturally get to the bottom of it. At that time, it would be unavoidable for him to attract the attention of those apex bigwigs and be pushed to the heart of the struggle. On the contrary, if he pushed everything on the will of heaven and said that he had recovered by himself, then even if others had doubts, they wouldn't be able to verify it. After all, they couldn't just go to the will of heaven and ask him directly. Besides, even if they asked, the will of heaven would cooperate with Lin Yi's act, and they wouldn't be able to get the truth out of him. It's not a problem to put the matter on Senior the Will of Heaven, but Boss Lin Yi, it might not be of any use for me to say that you are Wufu Ling Yi. After all, Southern Aurora and the others have sworn that you are Wufu Ling Yi. Even if I go back and deny it, the higher-ups of the Snowsword faction will only be skeptical and won't directly cancel the wanted order. Wei Shenjin awkwardly scratched his head. Just a moment ago, he had sworn that he would do anything for Lin Yi, but in the blink of an eye, he was stumped by such a small matter. During this period of time, Wei Shenjin increasingly felt that his intelligence was insufficient. That's simple. After you go back, just tell them that they don't dare to confirm my identity. Furthermore, the will of heaven often appears here, so even if they confirm it, they can't make a move. Let them decide. Lin Yi paused for a moment before continuing. As for the matter of cancelling the wanted order, wait until you publicly recover. Just say that although you were injured by someone in Tiandan Pavilion, the will of heaven also healed your injuries, so they offset each other. With Big Brother the Will of Heaven's face here, I believe that the higher-ups of the Snowsword faction will be sensible. Chapter 4157. To Lin Yi, it was not a big threat to him whether or not he removed the wanted order. He did it mainly for Sydney's sake. Before returning to the North Island, he had to get rid of all the potential threats. Alright, I understand. Boss Lin Yi, you're right. The higher-ups are indeed very afraid of Senior the Will of Heaven. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let us come here first to verify it, Wei Shenjin agreed. Alright, then you can go back now. Just do as I said just now and act according to the plan, Lin Yi said with a nod. Alright, Boss Lin Yi, don't worry and wait for my good news. Wei Shenjin bid farewell to Lin Yi with cupped hands, then turned around and left eagerly. He could not wait to kill that bitch Sichu Qian. After returning to Snowsword faction, the first thing Wei Shenjin did was naturally to report to Sichu Guangzong and the others. As he had expected, that bitch Sichu Qian was indeed not there. Shenjin, you're back. Tell us, did you see Sydney? Can you confirm that Lin Yi is Wufu Ling Yi? Sichu Guangzong and the others asked hurriedly. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wei Shenjin understood. Sichu Qian had other plans for Lin Yi that she had not reported to these people. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't see Sydney, but I did see Lin Yi. Judging from his temperament, he is very different from Wufu Ling Yi. I can't be sure that the two are the same person. Moreover, I heard that the Will of Heaven appears there every few days. Even if I can confirm it, I can't do anything to him in Tiandan Pavilion, Wei Shenjin reported according to Lin Yi's instructions. Can't be sure. How is that possible? Nantian Aurora, Sai Haixiao, Patriarch Shen Chen, and the others immediately exchanged glances. This matter was not fabricated out of thin air to fool the Snowsword faction. Instead, It was something that was already set in stone. How could they not be certain? This disciple is merely stating the facts and doesn't dare to jump to conclusions. Otherwise, this disciple can't afford to rashly bring unnecessary disaster to the sect. Wei Shenjin shrugged. Since that's the case, I'll have to find a chance to test it out in the future. After all, this matter is of great importance, and I hope that Dean Nantian can understand. No matter what, our sect will always remember everyone's good intentions, Situ Guangzong said after a moment of silence. He had also thought it through. Although Wufu Lin Yi had to be captured, and this concerned the reputation of the entire Snowsword School, unless there was solid evidence, he would not act recklessly against Lin Yi and Tiandan Pavilion. After all, it was best not to provoke a troublesome demon like the Will of Heaven. Otherwise, something big would happen. Even an elder like Situ Guangzong, who held real power, would not be able to bear such a heavy responsibility. Then, all right. This is your sect's matter, after all. We're just reminding you out of goodwill. We're just afraid that if this matter drags on, it will affect your sect's reputation. Since your sect is not anxious, we have nothing else to say, Nantian Aurora said indifferently, somewhat dissatisfied. Dean Nantian, you're exaggerating. The information you provided is a timely rein for us. Our entire sect can't thank you enough. As for that Lin Yi, if he really is Wufu Lin Yi, we will definitely not let him off. Situ Guangzong hurriedly smiled apologetically. It's getting late. This old man has already gotten people to prepare a banquet. Everyone, please stay and have a few drinks. Let us properly perform our duties as hosts. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest easy. Nantian Aurora and the others exchanged glances. Although the Snowsword School had an attitude, as long as they said a few more words, there was still a possibility that they could deal with Lin Yi. There was no need to make their relationship too stiff. They immediately nodded in agreement. The two elders, Situ Guangzong and Wei Yifeng, appeared to entertain Nantian Aurora and the others. As for a small fry like Wei Shenjin, he was merely a cripple in everyone's eyes. Naturally, he didn't have the qualifications to sit at the table and was sent home by Situ Guangzong. However, this was exactly what Wei Shenjin wanted. He wasn't like Lin Yi, who was good at hiding his strength. In just a few words, he was already on the verge of being exposed. Fortunately, his meridians had just recovered, and his strength was only showing signs of recovering slightly. In addition, everyone thought that he was a cripple and didn't pay much attention to him. Otherwise, experts like Nantian Aurora and Situ Guangzong would probably be able to see through him. If that happened, the plan that Lin Yi had given him would be ruined. After returning to his room, Wei Shenjin was somewhat surprised to discover that Situ Qian, the hussy, had not gone to look for her senior brother Ma to have some fun. Instead, she was sitting in the room, sulking, while her maid, little Qiuhua, accompanied her and consoled her. It seems that this slut is really interested in big brother Lin Yi. Wei Shenjin sneered. Then, he stepped into the room and deliberately squeezed out a smile. He said to Situ Qian, Qian I just found something good in Tiandan Pavilion. Why don't we try it now? Something good? What is it? Situ Qian frowned and glanced at him. It's something good to liven up the mood. I heard that it's very effective. It's the only one of its kind. Wei Shenjin immediately took out the 2 packets of medicine that Lin Yi had given him. The packaging looked exactly the same. As for which packet was problematic and which was not, only he knew. Something good to liven up the mood. Tiandan Pavilion actually sells this stuff. Quick, let me have a look. Situ Qian, who was originally depressed, immediately became spirited when she heard this. Her eyes lit up as she took the first packet of medicine from Wei Shenjin. Little Qiuhua, who was beside her, also came over excitedly. Sure enough, a pair of shameless bitches. Wei Shenjin secretly sneered. Seeing that the 2 women were immersed in studying the medicine for a while, he took the initiative to suggest, you won't be able to tell just by looking at it. Whether it's good or not, you'll only know after you use it. Then why don't you hurry up? Situ Qian couldn't wait to take off her clothes. Little Qiuhua also followed her to the bed and kept urging Wei Shenjin to hurry up. Wei Shenjin secretly smiled. Then, he endured the nausea and walked over. After the three of them took the first packet of medicine, as Linyi had said before, they were much more satisfied than ever before. Even Sichu Qian and little Chouhua, who were insatiable women, felt a little overwhelmed. They were simply as happy as gods. Afterwards, the two women even felt that they had lived for so many years in vain. Even those expensive livening medicines in the Central Chamber of Commerce could not be compared to such a miraculous medicine. In front of such a miraculous medicine, those could only be regarded as a pile of shit at most. Having tasted such sweetness, of course, with Sichu Qian and little Chouhua's licentious nature, it was impossible for them to give up. Early the next morning, before Wei Shenjin woke up, Sichu Qian pushed Wei Shenjin and asked him to get up and do it again. However, Wei Shenjin said in a daze, "I can't, Qian senior brother is too tired to get up." Chapter 41:58. Useless thing. Sichu Qian couldn't hold back her anger. She cursed under her breath and sneaked out with the second packet of medicine with little Chouhua. Naturally, this scene fell into the eyes of Wei Shenjin, who was pretending to be lazy, and his lips curled up in a mocking smile. Boss Lin Yi really was a genius at scheming. Up until now, everything was going according to his script, and there was no deviation at all. Sichu Qian, little Chouhua, and Ma Shangfeng, the death of you three is finally coming. Sichu Qian and little Chouhua, who had no idea what was going on, found Ma Shangfeng excitedly and began to make love to him. In their opinion, Ma Shangfeng was already very strong in that aspect, and after taking this magical medicine, he would definitely be far better than a cripple like Wei Shenjin. Today was going to be a good day. Sure enough, after taking the second packet of medicine, the three of them immediately felt it. The excitement that made their faces blush and their hearts beat faster was obviously much stronger than last night. Sichu Qian and little Chouhua didn't notice anything wrong at all. Instead, they were overjoyed. On the other hand, Ma Shangfeng's reaction at this moment was even worse than the two women. His heart was beating violently, and the blood in his body was burning as if it was about to explode. The last trace of clarity in his mind was instantly drowned, and he instinctively wanted to vent as soon as possible. At the beginning, Ma Shangfeng's strong performance really gave the two women a taste of an unprecedented wonderful feeling. However, just as they were about to climb to the peak, Ma Shangfeng's body suddenly stiffened, and then he suddenly stopped moving and fell straight to the ground. "Senior brother Ma, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Sichu Qian complained discontentedly. However, when little Chouhua saw Ma Shangfeng's current appearance, her eyes suddenly widened, and she was so scared that she stuttered, Miss, senior brother Ma, he what?" Sichu Qian frowned and turned her head. After taking a look, she was also shocked. Ma Shangfeng's entire body curled into a ball like a cooked prawn. His expression was hideous and twitching, and he was foaming at the mouth. It seemed that he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. In just a short moment, Ma Shangfeng had completely stopped moving, and he had become a lifeless corpse. He died just like that. Sichu Qian's head was spinning and her mind was completely blank. She never would have thought that something like this would happen during the most enjoyable moment. "Miss, what should we do?" Little Chouhua's face turned ashen. No matter what, Ma Shangfeng was an early-stage gold core realm expert. If he died like this, then the higher-ups of the sect would definitely come to the bottom of this matter. At that time, they would be finished. Sichu Qian had Sichu Guangzong as her grandfather. At most, she would only lose face and be gossiped about. However, as a little maid with no status, she might become a scapegoat. "No, we have to get rid of the evidence. We have to find a way to get rid of the body." Sichu Qian gritted her teeth and said. If this matter was spread out, it would be a huge scandal. Even if she did not die, she would not be able to escape punishment. Yes. Little Chouhua nodded repeatedly and immediately got out of bed. It would be best for her if she could muddle through this matter quietly. However, before the two of them could put on their clothes, they suddenly felt wave after wave of strong impulses surging through their bodies. That indescribable sense of excitement rushed straight to their scalps, and they simply could not stop. This time, not to mention getting rid of the body, The two of them could not even stand steadily. The surging impulses in their bodies were completely out of control, rushing straight to their brains and scalps. The last bit of reason they had was swallowed up. They were like travelers trapped in the desert, crazily wanting to quench their thirst. However, the thing that could quench their thirst was not water, but men. Under the urge of the tide, the two of them could no longer care about Ma Shangfeng. They immediately rushed out of the room in a disheveled manner. At that moment, there was only one voice left in their minds: "Man, I want a man." The commotion caused by the two of them attracted the attention of a passing snowsword school disciple. It just so happened that he was a male. When he saw the two of them in a disheveled state, he was immediately startled. However, before he could react, the two of them had already pounced on him like wolves and tigers. Without saying anything, they stripped him naked and tried to force themselves on him. This damned scene really made the male disciple dumbfounded. Of course, he knew what kind of person Sichu Qian was. Not only did she have a noble status, but she also had a good appearance. Coupled with her mannerisms, she was often talked about by the male disciples. However, he did not expect that he would encounter such an encounter today. As a man, he was actually being pushed down by Sichu Qian and little Qiuhua. However, even if he usually fantasized about this, at this moment, it had happened so suddenly. Furthermore, Sichu Qian and little Qiuhua looked too abnormal. The first reaction of the male disciple was not to enjoy it, but to escape. However, Sichu Qian and little Qiuhua were currently bathed in fire. It was like a drowning man grasping at the last life-saving straw. How could they let him go so easily? The two of them forcefully pressed him down and poured some of the second packet of medicine that they had not used before into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the male disciple also became vigorous like a dragon and fierce like a tiger. Instead of running away, he took the initiative to mess with the two of them. However, after a while, the male disciple suddenly foamed at the mouth. His body twitched and he fell to the ground. He followed in Ma Shangfeng's footsteps and died. This time, Sichu Qian and little Qiuhua did not know what fear was. Seeing that the male disciple could no longer satisfy them, they immediately threw away the corpse and went to find someone else. They randomly grabbed a passing disciple, dragged him over, and fed him medicine. Then, like hungry tigers, they pounced on sheep. In less than an hour, the two of them had used this method to trap 4 male disciples to death. However, the surging desire in their bodies did not lessen at all. Instead, it became even crazier. This time, the matter was completely blown out of proportion. The news of Sichu Qian and little Qiuhua madly grabbing male disciples to have sex with them spread like wildfire. Very soon, the entire snowsword school knew about it. This was an unprecedented rare event. Hearing the news, the snowsword school's disciples all gathered around to watch. When the higher-ups of the school learned about this, the snowsword school's disciples who were gathered around to watch the fun were already packed to the brim. At first, Sichu Guangzong did not believe it. It was only when he saw Sichu Qian and little Qiuhua naked on top of a male disciple, moaning shamelessly, did he finally accept the reality, and he almost fainted. R1152. Chapter 4159. The upper echelons of the snowsword sect, including Wei Yifeng, were shocked speechless for a long time upon seeing this explosive scene. They exchanged glances with each other. Only one thing was clear in their minds. Were these two women crazy? Sichu Qian, what are you doing? Sichu Guangzong was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged as he roared in anger. The prestige he had painstakingly accumulated as an elder for so many years was completely destroyed by this lunatic Sichu Qian. In the future, when the other disciples saw him, they would no longer be in awe. Instead, they would point at him and talk about what happened today, talking about the scandal of the Sichu family. Thinking of this, Sichu Guangzong even wanted to strangle his own granddaughter to death on the spot. Hearing Sichu Guangzong's sudden roar, Sichu Qian and little Qiuhua, who were immersed in an endless sea of desire, finally regained a bit of consciousness. Turning their heads to look at Sichu Guangzong, who was about to swallow the two of them alive, they were instantly shocked. Then, their hearts uncontrollably contracted. Bang! The two women's exposed chests exploded at the same time, blood splattering everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. In front of everyone's eyes, their hearts exploded and they died. For a moment, everyone was silent, including Sichu Guangzong. No one could have imagined that the two women would die so suddenly and directly. Following that, everyone's gazes focused on Sichu Guangzong. Today's matter could not be said to be small. Starting from Ma Shongfeng, all the way to the sudden deaths of the two girls, a total of 8 people had died. This was an unprecedented event. Especially with Sichu Qian and little Qiuhua's licentious behavior, the impact was extremely bad. This was not only a scandal of the Sichu family. Once it was spread out, it would tarnish the reputation of the entire Snowsword sect, and even make them the laughingstock of the entire island. The consequences would be unimaginable. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly for this old man. Why did this happen? Sichu Guangzong fiercely ordered through gritted teeth. He was the elder with the highest status here, and Sichu Qian was his granddaughter. She had the greatest influence on him, and he was also the most eager to know the truth. Although Sichu Qian made him lose face, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reason why she became so bold and shameless was obviously because she had taken some medicine. There might be some other reason behind it. Sichu Guangzong could only hope that this was the case. This was a matter of great importance. They had to find out the truth as soon as possible and quell the rumors. Only then would there be a chance to reduce the impact. The Snowsword faction's most elite enforcers were immediately dispatched. The first one to be investigated was naturally Sichu Qian's real husband, Wei Shenjin. Wei Shenjin was already prepared for this. He immediately told them about Sichu Qian and Ma Shongfeng's adultery. When the news spread, the entire Snowsword faction was in an uproar. Ma Shongfeng's body lay there. Moreover, Sichu Qian and little Qiuhua's performance was obvious to all. Therefore, Wei Shenjin's statement was quickly accepted by everyone. Not only did she commit adultery, but she also didn't even let bystanders off. He committed lewd acts in public until he was too excited and finally died. In an instant, Sichu Qian, who had already been the talk of the town, became the talk of the town. In the public's opinion, she became a slut who could sleep with anyone. She could even be recorded in the history of the heavenly stage island as a typical slut since ancient times. Regarding this, Sichu Guangzong couldn't refute it. As her grandfather, he more or less knew about Sichu Qian's temperament. Her adultery with Ma Shongfeng had also been found out. It was impossible for him to distort the truth. However, if the case was closed according to this statement, the impact on the Sichu family would be too great. They might even be nailed to the pillar of shame for generations to come. Their Sichu family couldn't afford to bear this infamy. Wei Shenjin, you said that Sichu Qian and Ma Shongfeng committed adultery. This old man won't comment on this matter for now. However, the reason why she acted so crazily and strangely today was obviously because she overdosed. This was your doing, right? Sichu Guangzong forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly rebuked Wei Shenjin. Sichu Qian was a ruthless person. This was something he couldn't change. The only thing he could do now was to divert everyone's attention to Wei Shenjin's killing. This way, the Sichu family would at least be less affected. Elder Sichu, are you saying that I plan to drug her and cause the deaths of Sichu Qian and Ma Shongfeng? Wei Shenjin asked in front of everyone. You harbored hatred in your heart, so it's reasonable for you to do such a thing. It's not that this old man can't empathize with you. As long as you confess, this old man can consider giving you a lighter punishment. I can even give you some compensation so that you can live the rest of your life in peace. I hope you can think this through before you speak. Sichu Guangzong said, half threatening and half tempting. He didn't have any intention of doing anything to Wei Shenjin, nor did he have any intention of avenging Sichu Qian. The only thing he wanted to do was to minimize the impact of this incident. Elder Sichu, I will not admit to a groundless accusation. It is as you said, after I found out that she committed adultery with Ma Shongfeng, I did have the intention of killing her to vent my anger. Unfortunately, I am now a cripple and don't have the strength to do so. I can't even use my Spirit Jade card, so where would I get the Spirit Jades to buy her medicine? Wei Shenjin smiled bitterly. Situ Guangzong was speechless. Wei Shenjin was speaking the truth. Buying medicine required spirit jades. A cripple like him couldn't even use a spirit jade card, and he couldn't possibly carry a sack of spirit jades out of the house. That would be too obvious and would definitely leave an impression on others. Why don't you go to my house and check it out? Just take a look at Situ Qian's dressing room. Inside are all the things she bought. I believe it will be an eye-opener for you, Wei Shenjin coldly laughed. He used to be very afraid of Situ Guangzong, an elder with real power. But after interacting with Lin Yi, he suddenly realized that these so-called big shots were only SOSO. Sooner or later, they would be stepped on by him. Hearing this, Situ Guangzong's face became extremely ugly. But when the enforcer returned from Wei Shenjin's house, his face became even uglier. The dressing room is filled with filthy things used to liven things up. There are also quite a few medicines for both men and women. They are all from the Central Chamber of Commerce and are not cheap, the enforcer reported. This time, Situ Guangzong was completely speechless. The Central Chamber of Commerce's items were famous for being expensive. Wei Shenjin was a cripple and couldn't use his spirit jade card, so naturally, he couldn't afford these medicines. In the end, he could only conclude that Situ Qian, that bitch, had reaped what she sowed and killed herself. Alright, I understand. You guys do as you see fit. Situ Guangzong coldly glared at Wei Shenjin and angrily stormed off. From his eyes, it could be seen that he didn't know what was good for him. Chapter 4160. Seeing the situation, Wei Yifeng walked over to remind him, why bother? You were just going through the motions with him. You won't suffer any substantial losses. Why do you have to bear a grudge against him for no reason? You have to be careful in the future. Although Wei Shenjin was one of his people, he was currently a cripple. If Situ Guangzong really wanted to find fault with him, just a casual word from him would be enough to send him to his death. It was impossible for him to go against a powerful elder for the sake of a cripple. At that time, Wei Shenjin could only pray for his own good fortune. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Feng. However, I'll say it again. Since it's not my fault, why should I take it? Wei Shenjin smiled calmly. If he was really a cripple, he might really drag out an ignoble existence. However, the situation now was different. Then you're on your own. Wei Yifeng helplessly patted his shoulder, shook his head, and left with a sigh. He then began to ponder whether he should completely give up on Wei Shenjin. However, in just a few short days, before he could completely make up his mind, a shocking piece of news suddenly came. Wei Shenjin's meridians had been repaired by someone. However, what was even more shocking was the meaning behind it. Wei Shenjin's meridians had been personally repaired by the Vice Island Master of the Middle Island, the Will of Heaven. This was quite interesting. At the level of the Will of Heaven, every action of his had a profound meaning. Even if he did not have it himself, with so many people watching, they would take the initiative to interpret it for him. For a moment, the entire Snowsword School looked at Wei Shenjin in a completely different way than before. First, his meridians were crippled. Then, he was cuckolded by Situ Qian. Just as he was about to reach the lowest point of his life, he suddenly changed. Not only did he completely recover from his injuries, he even formed a relationship with a top figure like the Will of Heaven. Wei Shenjin's experience was like a roller coaster, full of ups and downs. Leaving aside the private discussions of the crowd, the reactions of the upper echelon of the Snowsword faction were surprisingly unanimous. They restored Wei Shenjin's status and treatment as a core disciple. At the same time, they gave up on the arrest of Wufu Lingyi. This decision had been made by the sect master on the spot, and many of the elders had unanimously approved of it. Even Situ Guangzong, who harbored hatred in his heart, could only maintain his silence, not daring to say anything to stop it. Wei Shenjin was a core disciple. Now that he had recovered from his injuries and regained his identity, it was a matter of course. As for giving up on the arrest of Wufu Lingyi, it was to express goodwill to the Vice Island Master of the Middle Island, the Will of Heaven. After all, to the entire Snowsword School, since Wei Shenjin had already recovered, the matter of Wufu Lingyi was no longer important. At most, they would only be gossiped about. However, Expressing goodwill to the will of heaven was a huge matter that concerned the entire school. If they continued to hold on to Wufu Lingyi and continued to go against the Tiandan Pavilion and the will of heaven behind it, they would not be able to do anything to Wufu Lingyi. Then, they would really be stupid. Shenjin, after going through all those inhuman trials, you have finally seen the light. I am deeply gratified. Wei Yifeng smiled as he patted Wei Shenjin's shoulder. He immediately passed on the decision of the higher-ups to him. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Trials make one advance. If I hadn't gone through all that, I might still be complacent. Arrogant and complacent, I don't know that there is always someone better out there. Thinking back, this is actually not a bad thing. Wei Shenjin sighed as he shook his head. That's right. As long as you can endure it, all the trials are not bad. Shenjin, you have grown quite a bit. Wei Yifeng immediately had a whole new level of respect for him. Although his strength was not much different from before, the feeling that Wei Shenjin gave off now was as if he had been reborn. He could not be underestimated. Wei Shenjin smiled. If it weren't for these things, he would not have been forced to become Lin Yi's subordinate. Looking at it from a long-term perspective, being able to form a relationship with a heaven-defying genius like Lin Yi, even if it meant becoming his lackey, was definitely more beneficial than detrimental. It was something that he could not wish for. Elder Sichu probably won't dare to do anything to you for the time being. You just need to be careful. Wei Yifeng reminded him. Then, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, Right, the sect master has personally instructed you to go to the Tiandan Pavilion more often in the future. Do you understand the meaning behind this? Uncle Feng, don't worry. I understand. Wei Shenjin smiled in understanding. He had already expected this. The purpose of asking him to go to the Tiandan Pavilion more often was to let him take the opportunity to build a bridge between the Snowsword faction's higher-ups and the big boss of the Will of Heaven. From the looks of it, the impact of the Will of Heaven's strong return on the power structure of Middle Island had already begun to show its effects. Even the Snowsword faction had taken the initiative to express their goodwill to the Will of Heaven. In the future, they might even get closer to the Will of Heaven. Presumably, the other sects would also have their own responses. Maybe this was the sign of a new round of power reshuffling. With the sect master's instructions as a shield, if Wei Shenjin went to the Tiandan Pavilion again, it would be a dignified matter. No one would be able to gossip about it. Rushing to the Tiandan Pavilion, Wei Shenjin reported the decision of the higher-ups to Lin Yi. In the end, he could not help but add a sigh. Everything is under control. Boss Lin Yi is really a godly person. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is human nature. When you reach the level of a sect leader, face is just a price. In the face of substantial benefits, you can cast it aside at any time, Lin Yi said with a smile. Boss, that's because you have a good foresight. Without your help, my current situation would be unimaginable. It's very likely that I would have been a corpse. I couldn't even kill that bitch Sichu Qian, let alone regain my strength and identity. I will never forget your great kindness. After saying that, Wei Shenjin bowed to Lin Yi 3 times respectfully, expressing his sincere gratitude. You don't have to do that. Since the matter here has been settled, I'm going to leave for the North Island in these 2 days. You should also pay attention to the Tiandan Pavilion in the future. Although there won't be any trouble with Big Brother the Will of Heaven, if it's just some small fries who don't know what to do, we can't let the dignified Deputy Island Master of Zhongdao solve the problem. Besides, Tian Chan and Sydney are women, so it's not convenient for them to show up in public. So, we need you to take care of them, Lin Yi ordered. He only had a few friends here. In addition to the Will of Heaven, there were Cai Zhongyang and Hu Guanqi. Both of them were busy people. It was obviously unrealistic to ask them to hang around in the Tiandan Pavilion every day. So, this task could only fall on Wei Shenjin. Boss Lin Yi, don't worry. It just so happens that the sect leader asked me to walk around in the Tiandan Pavilion more often. I promise that I'll come here every day. If anyone dares to make trouble, I'll kill him, Wei Shenjin said with a murderous look. The strength of the early stage of Gold Core Realm was not very powerful in Zhongdao, but he had the Snowsword faction and the Will of Heaven behind him, so he was naturally confident and fearless. Chapter 4161. Then I'll have to trouble you, said Lin Yi with a smile and a nod. The Snow Sword faction had given up on Wu Fu Ling Yi's arrest order and turned to the Tiandan Pavilion. This was not a secret. If someone were to investigate, they would be able to find out everything. Most of the people in the know were just there to watch the show and discuss it after a meal. However, when Nantian Aurora and the others heard the news, they exploded in anger on the spot. What the hell is this Snow Sword faction doing? We lowered ourselves to provide them with information, but not only did they not deal with Lin Yi, they actually turned around and got along with Lin Yi. They're simply a bunch of despicable people. We've spent so much effort to design this for nothing, said Cai Haixiao indignantly. That's right, Dean Nantian. They're not taking you seriously at all. The will of heaven behind Lin Yi isn't easy to deal with, but do you think we're easy to deal with? How preposterous. Patriarch Shen Chen was similarly furious. He did not forget to provoke them with his words. These damned bastards. Nantian Aurora's face was as gloomy as water. The fact that he was killed by the will of heaven in one move previously was enough to make him unable to raise his head. He was just deliberately not thinking about it. However, the Snow Sword faction's actions were clearly a slap to his face. If the current Vice Island Master of Middle Island was him instead of the will of heaven, even if the Snow Sword faction had the guts, they would not dare to do this. Old friend Nantian, what should we do now? Should we go to the Snow Sword faction and trample on them? Let's see if they still dare to look down on us in the future, suggested Cai Haixiao. Nantian Aurora was moved. He could not swallow this anger. However, after a slight hesitation, the remaining bit of reason made him dispel this idea. He had the backing of the Cultivator Academy and the Central Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, he was one of the few early-stage profound ascension experts of Middle Island. He indeed had enough confidence to face a mere snowsword faction. However, he had joined the center with a secret identity. Even if things got out of hand, it would not be good for the center to stand up for him. In fact, he might even be punished instead. Forget it, I'll become enemies with the entire Snowsword School. The impact of this matter is too great, and it might even affect the plans of the higher-ups. We can't act rashly. What I'm having a headache over right now isn't this, but Lin Yi. Nantian Aurora rubbed his temples in distress. When Cai Haixiao and Patriarch Shen Chen heard this, they could not help but fall silent. Lin Yi might return to the North Island at any time. In the end, they did not even have the chance to borrow the saber's shadow. The previous plan of killing with a borrowed knife was simply a joke. Since the Snowsword School can't do it, let's go. Why don't we go to another restaurant? Patriarch Black Earth suggested. Which one? Lin Yi has only been in Middle Island for a short period of time. There aren't many people who know his name, and even fewer who have conflicts with him. What's more, he's backed by the will of heaven. Unless there's a life-and-death blood feud, who would provoke him? Cai Haixiao said helplessly. Then what should we do? We can't just let that brat Lin Yi go like this, right? Patriarch Black Earth was also helpless, but he still said unwillingly. Looks like we can only ask for instructions from the higher-ups. If the higher-ups agree, even if we personally kill that brat Lin Yi, we won't have to worry about the threat of the will of heaven, Nantian Aurora decided. Cai Haixiao and Patriarch Black Earth looked at each other and nodded in agreement. After all, there was no other good plan they could think of at the moment. The three of them immediately set off for the Central Chamber of Commerce to meet that mysterious black-clothed man and tell him the ins and outs of the matter. They waited for the mysterious man to make a decision, but the mysterious man's words shocked the three of them. That Lin Yi, you guys don't touch him for now. I've been paying attention to this person for a long time, and he's also on the list of people I want to rope in, the mysterious man said lightly. Nantian Aurora and the other two looked at each other and were instantly speechless. Although they were extremely unwilling, they didn't dare to have any objections. They could only nod and agree. Feeling helpless, the three of them broke out in a cold sweat in unison. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have imagined that even their immediate superior, the mysterious man, would actually think so highly of Lin Yi. Fortunately, they didn't rush to make a move. Otherwise, if they really disregarded everything and killed Lin Yi, which would ruin the mysterious man's plan, they would really be in big trouble. Nantien Aurora and the other two could only give up on the matter of dealing with Lin Yi. As for Sai Haixiao, he could only return to the North Island gloomily. His main mission in coming to Middle Island this time was to rope in Nantien Aurora. As for dealing with Lin Yi, that was just an idea that came to him after he accidentally discovered it. Now that Nantien Aurora had already joined the center, and the higher-ups didn't allow them to touch Lin Yi, there was nothing for them to do even if they continued to stay in Middle Island, so they could only return home. Even so, he was still very unwilling in his heart. Back then, he suffered great humiliation in front of Lin Yi. Not only did he lose all his face, but he was even beaten up so badly that he almost reported to the King of Hell. It could be said that there was a deep hatred between them, but now, the higher-ups didn't allow him to touch Lin Yi. How could he accept that? However, Sai Haixiao had never been a person who knew his place. Since he had made up his mind to deal with Lin Yi, then no one could stop him. Even if he didn't dare to make a move openly because of the mysterious man's despotic power, if he only wanted to sow discord in the dark, there shouldn't be any risk in letting someone else do it for him. Lin Yi didn't have many enemies in Middle Island, but in North Island, he definitely had a lot of enemies. Even the mysterious man couldn't stop these people from trying to kill him. His hard work paid off. As soon as Sai Haixiao returned to the North Island, he found a godsend opportunity. The North Island was now full of wanted posters, and the image of Wu Fu Ling Yi was depicted on them. Wonderful, really wonderful. Just when I was about to doze off, someone came to give me a pillow. This time, it's Lin Yi who's courting death. Then, don't blame me for adding fuel to the fire. Who asked you to be so inhumane and make enemies everywhere? Sai Haixiao was instantly overjoyed. Wu Fu Ling Yi had a brand new image, and probably no one in North Island knew that this was Lin Yi's disguise. As long as this news was spread outside without a trace, when Lin Yi came back, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Even the mysterious man couldn't blame it on Sai Haixiao. Sai Haixiao immediately took the arrest warrant with a big smile and read it carefully. After understanding the cause and effect, he couldn't help but laugh even more happily. In North Island, only Law Enforcement Hall was qualified to issue arrest warrants. And this time, Wu Fu Ling Yi was wanted for killing Su Zhaohu, a disciple of Rising Sky Pavilion. Sai Haixiao didn't say anything. After deliberately hiding it from others, he went straight to Law Enforcement Hall. Nowadays, the Central Chamber of Commerce had become famous on all the major islands of Heaven Stage, and its momentum was so great that it was almost as powerful as top chambers of commerce such as Five Elements Commerce and Hong Chamber of Commerce. As the manager of North Island's branch on the surface, Sai Haixiao was also considered a top figure in North Island. When he came to Law Enforcement Hall, a place with strict hierarchy, naturally, someone came to receive him. Chapter 4162. However, due to his drunken teasing of Shangguan Lena and Ning Xuefei, even if Sai Haixiao wasn't directly blacklisted by the three great pavilions, he was still very unpopular. Normally, it should have been the higher-ups of the Law Enforcement Hall who came out to receive him, but this time, it was just an ordinary law enforcement envoy. This law enforcer was none other than Niu Qiong. Back then, his sworn brother Ma Jian had been imprisoned for abusing his position to avenge a personal grudge. Now, he had been tortured to death. However, he had managed to escape this calamity and was not implicated. This time, the case of Wu Fu Ling Yi was under his charge. So it's shopkeeper Sai of the Central Chamber of Commerce. It's an honor to meet you. I am Law Enforcement Envoy Niu Qiong. Niu Qiong recognized Sai Haixiao at a glance and hurriedly greeted him. His backer Shu Lingchong was missing, and his sworn brother Ma Jian was imprisoned and killed. During this period of time, he had been living with his tail between his legs, not daring to offend anyone. He was afraid that he would follow in Ma Jian's footsteps. Now, it was rare to see a powerful figure. Even if it was Sai Haixiao, who was not favored by the three great pavilions, he had to find an opportunity to curry favor. Who knows, he might have another way out in the future. Oh, it's Law Enforcement Envoy Niu. I heard that you're handling Wu Fu Ling Yi's case. Sai Haixiao looked him up and down and asked. That's right, it's me. May I know what advice does shopkeeper Sai have? Niu Chong nodded and replied calmly. It can't be said to be advice, but I have a lead on that Wufu Ling Yi. Sai Haixiao smiled mysteriously. Really? Niu Chong's eyes suddenly lit up. The arrest warrant had been issued for some time, but there was still no news. It was as if Wufu Ling Yi did not exist. He was worried about this matter, but he did not expect Sai Haixiao to actually come to him with information. Coming here specifically to deal with Lin Yi, Sai Haixiao did not hide anything and told him what he found on Central Island, making Niu Chong burst with joy. So Wufu Ling Yi is Lin Yi in disguise. That's great. I'll apply for manpower from the higher-ups right away to arrest and bring him to justice. Niu Chong could not contain his excitement as he said. To put it bluntly, Ma Jian's death was caused by Lin Yi. Now that he had this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he could avenge his sworn brother's death, and at the same time, he could use this opportunity to claim credit from one of the most powerful figures in Soaring Sky Pavilion. This was killing two birds with one stone. Don't worry. Right now, Lin Yi is still in Middle Island and hasn't returned. Don't let out any news so that he can make preparations. This is a rare opportunity. We must make it an ironclad case. Kill him in one move and don't give him any chance to turn things around. Sai Haixiao reminded from the side. An ironclad case. Hearing that, Niu Chong's expression froze slightly, and he said awkwardly, that's a little difficult. He killed Su Zhaohu in the boundary of Hutsai Tianwu Mountain, which is not within the scope of the North Island. Strictly speaking, I've overstepped my authority by issuing an arrest warrant for him, and it's all because of Brother Su. The others turned a blind eye and didn't ask about it. Brother Su? Who's that? Sai Haixiao couldn't help but be stunned. It's Su Zhaohe, the most popular young genius disciple in Soaring Sky Pavilion, who is about to be accepted by Pavilion Master Shangguan. Originally, his cousin Su Zhaohu was killed in the North Island. Normal procedures wouldn't have opened a case. It was because of him that I took this task, Niu Chong explained. Now that Shu Lingchong was missing, he was in a hurry to find a new backer. Coincidentally, he met a genius like Su Zhaohe, who had a promising future. Naturally, he would seize the opportunity to curry favor. Once he did this task well, in the future, he would be able to get in touch with Su Zhaohe. Everyone knew about the relationship between the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Gong Yangjie, and Shangguan Tianhua. Furthermore, Su Zhaohe was Shangguan Tianhua's disciple, and once he succeeded in becoming Shangguan Tianhua's disciple, he and Gong Yangjie would become fellow disciples. If Niu Chong was able to climb up to such a powerful backer, it would definitely be a great benefit to him. So, the arrest warrant for Wufu Ling Yi is just to sell a favor, and this matter really can't be settled. Sai Haixiao couldn't help but frown. Exactly. If we have to do it by force, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. The only thing I can do now is to first capture Lin Yi and then let the higher-ups decide, Niu Chong said helplessly. When he thought of Lin Yi, he couldn't help but think of his close brother Ma Jian. Ma Jian died tragically because he wanted to deal with Lin Yi. If he used public office to take revenge, he was afraid that he would follow in Ma Jian's footsteps, and the consequences would be unimaginable. In that case, why don't we simply not go through the official channel? There are too many restrictions, and I heard that Shanghai Tianhua is good to Lin Yi. If it really gets out of hand, even if we capture Lin Yi, we won't be able to kill him. It's safer to go through private channels, Sai Haixiao said while rolling his eyes. Private channels? What do you mean? Niu Chong was confused. Isn't it simple? Sai Haixiao looked at him and thought that this person was really stupid. He patiently reminded, why did you do this case? Isn't it just to sell a favor to Su Zhaohe? If you tell him about Lin Yi's identity, what do you think he will do? Brother Su will definitely make a move on Lin Yi. He's currently at the peak of his power, and Lin Yi killed his cousin. How can he tolerate it? Even if he wants to swallow it, when the news gets out, others will definitely say that he's weak. It might even affect his apprenticeship. If that happens, he won't be able to not settle things with Lin Yi. Niu Chong's eyes suddenly lit up as he said excitedly. So, you tell him the information and bring him to Lin Yi. All you need to do now is to watch the show. For Su Zhaohe to be chosen by someone like Shanghai Tianhua, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's the strongest foundation establishment expert. At that time, he'll definitely be able to kill Lin Yi easily. Sai Haixiao laughed sinisterly. In his eyes, Su Zhaohe had already become a sharp knife, and it just so happened to be aimed at Lin Yi. The only thing he had to do now was to encourage Niu Qiong to move Su Zhaohe's blade closer to Lin Yi's neck. That was all. Unfortunately, he still didn't know Lin Yi's strength. He took it for granted that Lin Yi was definitely still in the foundation establishment realm. Back then, Wei Shenjin was injured because he was sneak attacked by Lin Yi from behind. That didn't count at all. Little did he know that Lin Yi was an extraordinary person. How could he be judged by common sense? Su Zhaohe was the so-called strongest foundation establishment expert's blade. Even if Lin Yi took the initiative to approach, he still wouldn't be able to cut it. Good idea. Manager Sai is indeed brilliant. Niu Qiong nodded repeatedly as he listened. This way, he wouldn't have to risk breaking the rules, and at the same time, he could curry favor with Su Zhaohe. Moreover, he could take the opportunity to kill Lin Yi. It was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 4163. This time, he chose to return to the North Island by flying Spirit Beast. Compared with the land and sea routes, flying Spirit Beast was obviously much faster, but at the cost of more risks. Crossing the vast sea, not only did he have to be on guard against the fierce birds in the sky at all times, but he also had to be careful of sneak attacks from sea beasts. In addition, the journey was long, and ordinary flying spirit beasts could not sustain such a high-intensity long-distance flight. 60% of them died halfway. Therefore, even if most people chose to ride flying spirit beasts, they did not dare to cross the vast sea. Instead, they avoided the sea and took a detour along the land route to ensure their safety. However, this time, Lin Yi rode the Will of Heaven's exclusive mount, so he had no such concerns. Not only were the flying spirit beasts terrifyingly powerful, but the special symbol on their bodies, especially the dazzling words Island Master Pavilion of Middle Island, was enough to scare off 99% of cultivators and spirit beasts. If they attacked it, it was equivalent to going against the Island Master Pavilion of Middle Island. Not to mention cultivators, even spirit beasts did not have the guts to do so. Their IQ was not much lower than that of humans. Even if the vast sea had never been conquered by humans, they still knew what the Island Master Pavilion of Middle Island represented. There was no wind and no waves along the way. After only 2 days and nights, with the extraordinary speed of the flying spirit beast, the Will of Heaven, Lin Yi returned to the familiar North Island area. Watching the flying spirit beast leave, Lin Yi had just returned to the Welcome Pavilion. Before he had time to say a few words to senior brother Ku Bai and the others, a big event happened. Su Zhaohe and Niu Qiong came to the door. It was rumored that Su Zhaohe's apprentice to Shanghai Tianhua was a foregone conclusion. Therefore, Su Zhaohe's status in the 3 pavilions of the North Island was like the sun at noon. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a large number of new disciples in the Welcome Pavilion. "You're Lin Yi. After hiding like a tortoise for so long, you're finally willing to come back. It just so happens that I want to challenge you to a battle in front of everyone. Do you dare to accept?" Su Zhaohe said in a clear voice with a disdainful expression. Lin Yi didn't know that he was also wanted on the wanted list in the North Island. When he suddenly encountered such a thing, he was totally confused. Looking at this man's broad face, he had his own aura and seemed to be a big shot. "Who are you?" Lin Yi couldn't help but frown and ask casually. "Holy shit." As soon as Lin Yi said this, the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Nowadays, who in the 3 pavilions of the North Island did not know Su Zhaohe? Did this guy really not know her, or was he pretending not to know her? The group of new disciples in the Welcome Pavilion could not help but look at each other. This guy had disappeared for so long. They didn't expect that as soon as he came back, he would habitually show off again. Everyone was just watching the show, but Su Zhaohe's face was flushed at the moment. During this period, he had long been used to being surrounded by stars. When had he ever been looked down upon like this in front of him? Moreover, The other party was just a disciple of the Welcome Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, he would not even bother to look at him. I am Su Zhaohe of Rising Sky Pavilion. Under everyone's gaze, Su Zhaohe replied with a stiff expression and gritted teeth. Su Zhaohe. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did this guy suddenly come to him? Then he said, I don't think I've seen you before. Why did you challenge me? Humph, you haven't seen me before, but you've seen my cousin Su Zhaohe, right? Lin Yi. Oh no, or should I call you Lin Yi? Su Zhaohe sneered and stared at him. When Lin Yi heard this, he immediately understood. However, at the same time, he was surprised. When he killed Su Zhaohe, he did look like Wu Fu Ling Yi. However, it happened in a place like Hutsai Tian Wu Mountain, where no one went. How did it get exposed? At that time, other than Su Zhaohe and Chen Muzhuan who were already dead, there were only Huang Xiaodao and Song Jima left. However, Lin Yi's eyes had always been very accurate. He believed that the two of them would not betray him. Could it be that intermediate golden elixir stage expert? Lin Yi's eyelids suddenly twitched. Although that guy did not see the whole process, after thinking about it, it was very likely that he had provided the clue. However, as for the identity of this person, Lin Yi had no way of knowing. He could only wait for the next time they met again. Only then would he have the opportunity to take revenge for what happened last time. He only has himself to blame. In a place like Hutsai Tian Wu Mountain, since he wanted to rob people's things, he naturally had to be prepared to die. Lin Yi replied indifferently. The fact that he was Wu Fu Ling Yi could be found out as long as he went to Middle Island to investigate. There was no way to deny it. Moreover, he had never thought of denying it. Only has himself to blame. Mitch, look at you, you seem to be very proud of yourself. Now that my cousin is a dead man, whether it is right or wrong, your words have the final say. There is no way to prove it. Su Zhaohe stared coldly at Lin Yi and said, since you are talking to me about being prepared, then I will also talk to you about being prepared to die. Since you have the guts to kill people, you naturally have to be prepared to die. What do you say? So, you're determined to kill me? Lin Yi said indifferently. He turned his head and glanced around. At this time, the scene of hostility had attracted more and more onlookers. Even Lin Yi saw the figure of Shanghai Lena in the distance. She was also rushing over here. What? Are you afraid? You don't dare to accept the challenge? Su Zhaohe saw this and immediately laughed contemptuously. He said disdainfully and mockingly, you are a disciple of the Welcome Pavilion. It doesn't matter if you refuse. It is nothing more than a loss of face. In the end, you can still keep your worthless life. That's good, it saves me the reputation of bullying newcomers. Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, the surrounding people were already pointing at him. Although in terms of reputation and strength, they were not on the same level, Lin Yi was also a famous newcomer king in the Welcome Pavilion. If he admitted defeat in front of him, his reputation would be completely ruined. This time Lin Yi is finished. Senior brother Su Zhaohe is the strongest expert in the foundation establishment stage. I heard that he can even fight against a golden core stage expert. Yeah, hehe, I heard that Lin Yi is a pretentious person. I just don't know if he will be hot-headed and die. The people nearby suddenly began to discuss. However, Lin Yi never cared about these things. He squinted his eyes and looked at Su Zhaohe. The corner of his mouth slightly curved into a playful smile. He, foundation establishment stage? With his current strength, if he really wanted to kill this powerful Su Zhaohe, it would be absolutely easy and pleasant. The only thing he needed to worry about was how to deal with the aftermath after he killed the other party. Alright, since you have such a strong request, then I will reluctantly fulfill your wish. Lin Yi immediately nodded. Anyway, there were so many people watching. Since it was the other party who took the initiative to challenge a newcomer like him, it was the other party who was in the wrong. Even if he was killed, it should not be Lin Yi's fault. R1152. Chapter 4164. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't think that Lin Yi would be Su Zhaohe's opponent. Moreover, as a newcomer, it wasn't too shameful for him to refuse the challenge. They didn't expect this guy to agree. Asking Su Zhaohe, the strongest foundation establishment expert, to fight in the arena was clearly courting death. Lin Yi, the pretentious leader, had never died before. Very well, in 5 days, I'll see you in the North Island arena. Su Zhaohe was overjoyed. In fact, what he was most afraid of this time was that Lin Yi would refuse. If that happened, his trip would be in vain. He didn't expect this guy to really agree. He was really reckless. The so-called North Island Arena was a place specially set up by the 3 pavilions of the North Island to prevent disciples from fighting privately. It was specially designed for people to fight and compare skills. The purpose was to let them speak with their strength and solve their conflicts fairly. In this way, to a certain extent, dirty tricks could be avoided, and the conflict could be turned into an open one and controlled within a controllable range. Only when both sides agreed could they make an appointment to fight. Once on the arena, no one could blame the other for life or death. If one felt that he was not strong enough, he could refuse in person. At most, it would be a loss of face, but at least his life wouldn't be in danger. As you wish. Lin Yi said with a light smile. Then you're waiting to die. Su Zhaohe looked at Lin Yi's indifferent and pretentious look and couldn't help but feel disgusted. In his opinion, only a strong person like him could really stay calm in the face of danger. As for trash like Lin Yi, he only knew how to pretend. Pretend my ass. Su Zhaohe left with Niu Qiong and the others, and the attracted onlookers, after pointing at Lin Yi and discussing, also dispersed, leaving only Lin Yi and his people. Junior brother Lin, Su Zhaohe is recognized as the strongest foundation establishment disciple in our 3 pavilions. I heard that he can even fight with masters in the gold core stage. This is really not a joke. How could you agree? After not seeing each other for a long time, the bitter senior brother didn't have the time to exchange pleasantries with Lin Yi and asked worriedly, "Boss, that Su Zhaohe has quite the reputation. For him to have such a great reputation, his strength is certainly not weak. Otherwise, Pavilion Master Shangguan wouldn't have taken a fancy to him. This battle will be quite dangerous." Xiao Ran was also feeling somewhat worried. As for Qiao Hongcai, he had always idolized Lin Yi the most, but he didn't say anything this time. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Li Zhengming. His eyes were also filled with worry. In the face of everyone's worries and complaints, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. After staying in Zhongdao for more than a month, he felt a little strange when he returned to the 3 pavilions of North Island. But now, he instantly found the feeling of home. Hehe, we've known each other for so long. When have you ever seen me do something I'm not confident in? You'll know when the time comes. Lin Yi comforted them with a smile. The bitter senior brothers still wanted to say something, but they were interrupted by Lena, who suddenly came over. Junior brother, when did you come back? Why didn't you find me? Just now. I didn't have time to rest, and then I got involved in this. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly and held the small curly bear as usual. Then he asked, "By the way, where's Ning Xuefei? Did she go back to West Island?" "Yes. She's the little princess of West Island. She can't come out to play for too long. She went back more than half a month ago." Lena stuck out her tongue, then paused and said nervously, "Junior brother, do you really decide to fight with that guy?" "Yes, since I've accepted the challenge in person, I naturally have to fight in this arena. I can't break my promise and stand him up in front of so many people." Lin Yi smiled faintly. "But my grandfather once said that the guy is one of the best among the disciples of the 3 pavilions in terms of strength and potential. He's not simple." Lena had always been carefree, but this time she worried about Lin Yi, which was rare. "Oh. Even Pavilion Master Shangguan said so. Then I should have a good fight with him." Lin Yi's interest was piqued. Given Shangguan Tianhua's experience, someone who could receive such an evaluation from him couldn't possibly be some ordinary person with no power but fame. "Oh, this is not a martial arts competition, but a life-and-death battle. If you're not careful, you'll really die. Junior brother, why are you still so careless?" Lena stomped her feet in exasperation. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said, "Forget it, I'll go talk to grandfather about this." With that, without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Shanghai Lena directly turned and left. She did not even care about the little curly bear and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Returning to Hualan residence, Shanghai Lena went straight to the study. Seeing Shanghai Tianhua practicing calligraphy, she immediately rolled up her sleeves and took the initiative to help him grind. "Say it, what's the matter?" Shanghai Tianhua smiled without raising his head. The little girl took the initiative to help him grind. It was a rare opportunity for him to enjoy it once a year. Since she was so attentive for no reason, she must have a request. "Hihi, grandfather, are you going to accept a disciple recently? Is he called Su Zhaohe or something?" Shanghai Lena giggled. She had never paid much attention to the outside world, but recently, the rumors of Su Zhaohe becoming a disciple had become more and more intense. It was difficult for her not to hear about it. "Oh, even little Lan you've heard the rumors outside." Shanghai Tianhua was a little surprised. He then said non-committally, "It's just a rumor. I don't admit it, but I don't deny it either." "What is this?" Grandpa is playing with words again, cloudy and misty. Shanghai Lena pouted and said directly, "That person called Su Zhaohe just went to the welcome pavilion to challenge little junior brother." "Grandfather, don't you think you should do something about it?" "Lin Yi." Shanghai Tianhua stopped writing and raised his head in surprise. Su Zhaohe went to challenge Lin Yi? Did Lin Yi agree? I don't know what little junior brother was thinking, but he actually agreed. Shanghai Lena curled her lips helplessly. "Hehe, this little guy is a little interesting." Shanghai Tianhua immediately laughed. "It's interesting. Su Zhaohe is simply bullying the weak. He's really shameless. Grandfather should have given him a good scolding, then made him apologize to junior brother and cancel the challenge." Shangguan Lan said angrily. "That won't do. The challenge is between the two of them. Others can't intervene. Even if I'm the pavilion master of the Soaring Sky Pavilion and the North Island Master Pavilion Elder, I can't take the lead to break this rule. Since Lin Yi has agreed to the challenge, then he should prepare well." Shanghai Tianhua shook his head and said slowly, "Ah, how can this be? Grandfather, don't you think this kind of challenge is not fair at all?" Shanghai Lena said angrily after listening. Chapter 4165. Little Lan the three pavilions of the North Island set the rules for the duel to be fair. If you think it's unfair, you can refuse. Since Lin Yi dared to nod and agree, then this duel is fair to him. Even if he loses, even if he pays with his life, he can't use this as an excuse for failure, Shanghai Tianhua said slowly. "Mph, I don't care about this. Su Zhaohe bullied little junior brother, that's wrong. Grandpa, you're bad. You must have a way, you just don't want to help me." Shanghai Lena stomped her feet, turned around, and left angrily. Looking at Shanghai Lena's back as she left, Shanghai Tianhua stroked his beard helplessly. If he really wanted to stop this duel, he could just say something casually. The reason why he didn't agree to Shanghai Lena's request was not because he didn't want to break the rules, but because he wanted to take the opportunity to see Lin Yi's potential. Su Zhaohe was a good whetstone for Lin Yi at this stage. If Lin Yi didn't even have this confidence and rashly accepted the duel, then he wasn't worthy of little Lan In the Chamber of Commerce Tea House in the North Island, Nantian Ba, Nantian Gate, and Kang Mingming gathered together to welcome Sai Haixiao, who had just returned from Middle Island. In terms of seniority, the Nantian brothers sat at the top of the table closest to Sai Haixiao, followed by Murong Zhan and Zhong Pingliang. As for Kang Zhaoming, he could only sit at the very end. He was almost pushed to the door. It couldn't be helped. No matter how much Xu Lingchong valued him, it was all in the past. This was Sai Haixiao's circle. Everything revolved around Sai Haixiao. He, Kang Zhaoming, hadn't made any contributions in Sai Haixiao's eyes. "Oh, by the way, Kang Mingming, I heard that you are the last disciple of Shen Chen?" Sai Haixiao noticed Kang Ming's unnatural expression and suddenly thought of ancestor Shen Chen of Middle Island. "That's right. Manager Sai, how did you know?" Kang Mingming was stunned. Although the matters of the mortal world were not secrets, and there was nothing that could not be seen. Pinliang, who was present at the scene, knew all about it, But the kid wouldn't be so talkative as to secretly report this to Sai Haixiao, would he? It was completely worthless. Heh, so it really is such a coincidence. To tell you the truth, your master, Shen Chen, is currently on the Middle Island. Furthermore, he has joined the center with my old friend, Nan Tian. He's on the same side. He even asked me to take care of you before he came back, Sai Haixiao said with a smile. Master is on Middle Island. He even joined the center. That's great. Kang Jiaoming was overjoyed. To be honest, with his selfish nature, normally, he would not care about how the ancestor of the Shenzhen world was doing. However, when he suddenly heard about the ancestor of the Shenzhen world's whereabouts, he was delighted. There was no other reason. Since the ancestor of the Shenzhen world could follow a big shot like Nantian Aurora, it meant that he should be doing well now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to ask Sai Haixiao. For Kang Ming, this was the sign of him finding a new backer. Although Sai Haixiao didn't say anything more for the time being, his attitude now made Kang Ming feel different. But it was already enough to make Jiaoming feel different. Even if his seat didn't change, Jiaoming's back was much straighter, and he had more confidence. At least when he looked at Murong Zhan and Pinliang, he was no longer as inferior as before. A while ago on Middle Island, your master, my old friend, Nan Tian, and a few others. We planned to have the Snowsword faction deal with Lin Yi. We were about to succeed, but we didn't expect to fail at the last moment. It's such a pity just thinking about it. Sai Haixiao sighed, but then he became spirited again and said, luckily, Lin Yi asked for it himself and made countless enemies. I thought no one could deal with him, but I didn't expect Su Zhaohe to be waiting for him when he came back. With Su Zhaohe's strength, the arranged battle in 5 days will be Lin Yi's death. He brought this upon himself, ha ha ha. I've sparred with Su Zhaohe once. This person is indeed unfathomable. No one in the foundation establishment stage is his match. Lin Yi has really kicked an iron plate this time. Nan Tianmen nodded in agreement. He had occupied the position of the first senior brother in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion for several years, so he was well aware of the strength of the disciples of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. He was the one who had the most right to speak about Su Zhaohe's strength. However, Lin Yi has always been strange. I think we should find a chance to warn Su Zhaohe. This time, it's Lin Yi who asked for it himself. It's a heaven-sent chance to kill him fair and square. Don't fail miserably, Kang Ming reminded. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have the right to say this, and no one would take it to heart. However, this time, Sai Haixiao nodded. That's right. That kid does have some skills. In less than a month, he was able to gain a firm foothold in Middle Island, which is filled with experts, and make a name for himself. He's definitely not someone that can be underestimated. If Su Zhaohe underestimates him and doesn't put him in his eyes, there might really be a possibility of him failing miserably. Sai Haixiao agreed. Since Sai Haixiao had already said so, even if Nan Tianba and Southern Skygate didn't agree, they wouldn't say anything against it. They immediately went to find Su Zhaohe. Regarding the sudden visit of Sai Haixiao and his group, even Su Zhaohe, who claimed to be a prospective disciple of Shanghai Tianhua, took the initiative to greet them. After all, among them were Sai Haixiao, the manager of the North Island of the Chamber of Commerce, and Nan Tianba and Southern Skygate. For any disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, their status was not light. Why have you come to find me? Su Zhaohe looked around at the crowd and slowly asked. 5 days from now, it will be the day of the battle between you and Lin Yi. We have come here specifically to warn you. Don't underestimate that kid just because he's a newcomer. Sai Haixiao sternly said, in one move, he killed Nan Tianyong, who was at the peak of the late Foundation establishment realm. Not long ago, he heavily injured a core disciple of the Snowsword sect, Wei Shenjin, whose strength was at the early gold core stage. Although it was a sneak attack, you still can't let your guard down. Thank you for the reminder. However, even if you didn't advise me, I still wouldn't underestimate my opponent. Su Zhaohe smiled and lightly asked, that's right, that Lin Yi, I've heard rumors about him before. He's the #1 newcomer of your welcoming pavilion. I heard that you guys even gave him a nickname, Pretentious Leader. Chapter 4166. It doesn't matter. As long as you have the strength, it doesn't matter if you show off. Otherwise, you would be a real idiot. Do you know that when I was in the welcoming pavilion, I was also recognized as the #1 newcomer? Some people even called me the pretentious leader. As for seriously injuring an early-stage Golden Core Master, I did it too, but he did it from the back, while I faced him head-on. Su Zhaohe's words revealed an unconcealable pride. To be honest, he hadn't been in the soaring pavilion for a long time, and his experience was still shallow. It was precisely because of these outstanding achievements that he was crowned as a genius and received the attention of a top boss like Shanghai Tianhua. These were all the reasons he was proud of. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Cai Haixiao, the outsider, Kang Mingming, Murong Zhen, and Zhong Pingliang were not elders of the three great pavilions. Naturally, they didn't know these old stories. Only the Nantian brothers, Nantian Ba and Nantian Gate, knew something about it. However, although he was shocked, Zhong Pingliang still didn't think much of it. Looking at Su Zhaohe's arrogant face, as if Boss Lin Yi was nothing compared to him, he didn't know that this was just a lie. Even if you, Su Zhaohe, really did beat up an early-stage Golden Core Master, that was after you joined the Soaring Pavilion, right? Boss Lin was still a newbie who hadn't been promoted yet. How could you compare? If his strength had already reached such an astonishing level when he was still in the welcoming pavilion, able to challenge an expert in the beginning stage of the Golden Elixir realm, then Shangguan Tianhua would probably have rushed to take him in. Why would he wait until now? And, you still don't know, right? Ha 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 ha, actually. I have successfully formed my Golden Core and am an early-stage Golden Core Master. Su Zhaohe laughed proudly. I have been hiding my strength and didn't reveal it to the public. I wanted to find a chance to show my strength and become a disciple of Pavilion Master Shangguan. That's great. Then the situation is really set this time. We've been worrying too much. Cai Haixiao and the others' eyes lit up, while Pinliang's expression changed. Things weren't looking good. From everyone's point of view, if Su Zhaohe was only at the Foundation establishment great perfection, then with Lin Yi's devilishness, there might really be a possibility of failure. However, Su Zhaohe was now an early-stage Golden Core expert. No matter how heaven-defying Lin Yi was, it was impossible for him to be his opponent. What kind of person was Su Zhaohe? He was someone who could enter the eyes of Shanghai Tianhua. He was a genius disciple who could challenge those of a higher level than him. How could an ordinary expert of the same level compare to him? Haha, Lin Yi had really kicked an iron plate this time. He had sent himself up to be a stepping stone for others to acknowledge him as his master. He really couldn't stop himself from courting death. Cai Haixiao and the others immediately dispersed happily. On the other side, Shanghai Lena came out of Hualan residence with a gloomy expression and found the welcoming pavilion. Chapter 4167. What's the matter? Meng Tong looked at them coldly. Maybe it was a psychological effect, or maybe it was the truth, but his temperament had become even weirder than before. If the feeling he gave people before was that he was reborn, then after such a long time, it was as if his personality had started to change. Zhong Pingliang couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. He mumbled to himself. He heard from Shu Lingchong a long time ago that this guy ate the Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill. Could it be that the Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill was really that terrifying? It could actually make such an unsophisticated idiot become so twisted, sending chills down one's spine? Not only him, but Kang Mingming and Murong Zhen couldn't help but look at each other. Right now, they couldn't see through Meng Tong's strength at all. They only felt that this guy was unfathomable and extremely dangerous. It's nothing, actually. You should have heard the news that Lin Yi is going to fight Su Zhaohe, right? Kang Mingming calmed himself down. So what? Meng Tong's expression didn't change at all. The opponent is Su Zhaohe. Don't you think that Lin Yi is dead for sure this time? Kang Mingming said excitedly. We just got some insider news. Su Zhaohe's strength isn't what everyone thinks it is, but the early stage of Golden Core. This time, Lin Yi won't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Waha! Early stage of Golden Core? Meng Tong's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. No one could tell what he was thinking. So, this time, Lin Yi is dead for sure. At that time, the group of people gathered under him will definitely scatter. We have to prepare early and take over his fence-sitters. When there are people under him, we can be more confident in the future, Kang Mingming suggested with his eyes shining. That's right. This is the best chance to win people's hearts. Although they still have people like Ku Bai, Xiao Ran, and Xiao Hongcai on their side, Lin Yi is their backbone. Once he dies, people's hearts will definitely waver. This is a rare opportunity. Otherwise, if we wait until Ku Bai calms them down, it won't be easy for us to poach them, Murongzhen agreed. If you want to poach me, go ahead. I'm not interested. Meng Tong was still expressionless. He had experienced so many setbacks and tribulations. In particular, he was tortured by the Meridian heart-shattering pill twice a day. His level was no longer something that Kang Mingming could compare with. Only people like Kang Mingming would never forget about those fence-sitters, treating them as tools to achieve their ambitions. But now, Meng Tong didn't care about them at all. Kang Mingming froze. The reason why he invited Meng Tong was because of his influence among the Blue Cloud Pavilion's newcomers. Even if Lin Yi always stepped on him, he should still be a threat to the normal Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers. But to the average Clear Cloud Pavilion's new disciples, it should still have some degree of deterrence. But in the end, this guy actually said he wasn't interested. If this was in the past, Kang Mingming would have scolded him a long time ago. But now, he couldn't see through Meng Tong at all. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only hold it in for the time being. Why don't I give it a try? Pin Liang was the one who volunteered. I can try to get Li Zhengming on our side. If I can get him to join us, I'll be able to get him to join us. I'm sure it'll be a great help to the other Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers. That's true, but that Li Zhengming is different from the other newcomers. He's a determined person. He's not that easy to convince. I've talked to him a few times already, but nothing worked. Murongzhen said bitterly. She had always been confident in her honey trap, but it didn't work on Lin Yi or Li Zhengming. It was a huge blow to her. If it weren't for Sai Haixiao, she would have suspected that she'd become an old woman. That's probably because he's too wary of you. Since Pin Liang volunteered, why don't you give it a try? Who knows, there might be unexpected result. Kang Mingming nodded. But you don't have to rush to rope him in. You just need to get close to him and give him a hint. He's a smart man. I'm sure he'll know what to do when Lin Yi dies. I understand. Pin Liang smiled to himself and left the room. Volunteering to turn Li Zhengming against him was, of course, just an excuse. The real purpose was to inform Lin Yi of Su Zhaohe's identity. Su Zhaohe was an early-stage Golden Core practitioner, and this was a huge hidden danger. If Lin Yi didn't know about this and started a war, he'd be at a huge disadvantage. At this critical moment, Lin Yi was the focus of all three pavilions. His every move was being watched. If Pin Liang wanted to inform him, he had to use this roundabout method. What are you doing here? Li Zhengming was surprised that Pin Liang would come knocking on his door. He didn't know that Pin Liang was like him, a spy planted by Lin Yi. No way. Bro Li is a smart man. Can't you guess why I'm here? Pin Liang smiled. There's no point in talking. Please go back. Li Zhengming's face darkened. He didn't mind going back to being a spy, but only if Lin Yi said so. Otherwise, he didn't want to have anything to do with these people. Instead of wasting time with them, he'd rather use it to train. Don't worry, Li bro, you know about the fight between Lin Yi and Su Zhaohe, right? If you think that your boss can win this time, I'll give you a secret so you can give up. Zhong Ping Liang said mysteriously. What is it? Li Zhengming glanced at him. Su Zhaohe isn't a complete foundation establishment like you think he is. He's a real early-phase Golden Core master. Isn't this news shocking? Pin Liang smiled mysteriously. He didn't wait for Li Zhengming's reply and left. Early-phase Golden Core master? Li Zhengming's heart skipped a beat. His admiration for Lin Yi was no less than anyone else's, but Lin Yi was still a newbie. Even facing Su Zhaohe, who was at the peak of foundation establishment, was already very difficult. If the opponent was really at the early stage of Golden Core, how could he fight? But, This Zhong Pingliang had never interacted with him before. Was he really just trying to convince him to surrender with this explosive piece of insider news? This kind of news should be top secret. It didn't make sense for him to know so easily. Was this person that simple? Although he was confused, Li Zhengming went to find Lin Yi and told him the news. Chapter 4168. If what Zhong Pingliang said is true, boss, you really have to think about it carefully this time. A man knows when to yield and when not to. Boss, you're still a newcomer anyway. Li Zhengming said hesitantly, implying that Lin Yi should take the initiative to admit defeat. In his opinion, Lin Yi had no chance of winning against Su Zhaohe, who was in the early phase of the Golden Core stage. It would be too stupid to fight to the end knowing that he was going to die. Hehe, it's okay, I already know this. Lin Yi smiled faintly. This was not a boast, but a fact. The strength that Su Zhaohe had shown on the surface was only at the level of foundation completion, and Lin Yi had been tricked at first glance, but even if Su Zhaohe could fool everyone's eyes, he wouldn't be able to fool his golden finger. After coming to Heavenly Island, although there was no way to directly see the strength of a higher level, he could easily see through opponents of the same level or lower level. There was no possibility of getting away with it. Ah! You know that the opponent is in the early phase of the Golden Core stage, boss, you still. Li Zhengming was stunned. He could see that Lin Yi wasn't trying to look impressive, but seemed to have the confidence to deal with it calmly. But, a newcomer of the Welcome Pavilion against a master in the early phase of the Golden Core stage, and the opponent was a famous genius. Was this possible? You'll know when the time comes. Lin Yi smiled and patted Li Zhengming's shoulder. Then he was slightly stunned as he noticed a slim figure coming from not far away, and it looked very familiar. Are you Lin Yi? The person was wearing a veil, and the voice was very familiar. It was Huang Xiaodao, who went to Mount Tianwu with him. Captain Xiaodao? Lin Yi was stunned. He never thought that Huang Xiaodao would come to find him. But thinking about it, his identity as Wufu Ling Yi was already known, so it wasn't strange for Huang Xiaodao to know about it. Senior, you really are Senior Ling Yi. That's great. Huang Xiaodao was instantly overjoyed, and she hurriedly walked quickly to stand before Lin Yi, unable to conceal her happiness. From the side, Li Zhengming looked at the two of them with a strange expression. Judging from Huang Xiaotao's current attire, she should be an official disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion without a doubt. On the other hand, although his boss Lin Yi was powerful, he was only a newcomer. Yet, he was being addressed as senior. No matter how he looked at it, this scene was strange. Boss, I'll go back first. Li Zhengming had a strange expression on his face. Immediately, he tactfully left. Don't call me senior. It sounds awkward. Just call me Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. This. Okay, then forgive me for being so bold, Lin Yi. Huang Xiaodao was also stunned, and then she said with some embarrassment. Previously, in her impression, Ling Yi was an extremely tyrannical existence that she could only look up to. She did not expect him to be a newcomer in the welcoming pavilion, and even a junior brother of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. When she first heard the news, she didn't believe it. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she finally accepted the reality. You came this time. What's the matter? Lin Yi asked. It's actually nothing much. I just want to thank Senior. Oh no, Lin Yi, for saving my life. I also want to apologize to you, Huang Xiaodao said softly with her head lowered. Sorry. Where did this come from? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. If you hadn't stood up for us back then, we wouldn't have been able to escape. You wouldn't have provoked Su Zhaohe, and you wouldn't have fallen into this situation. It's all because of me, Huang Xiaodao said sadly. Back then, Ling Yi had indeed displayed great strength. However, in Huang Xiaotao's heart, Su Zhaohe had always been a shadow that she couldn't get rid of. She couldn't help but worry that Lin Yi might not be Su Zhaohe's opponent. If that happened, it would be equivalent to her harming Lin Yi, and she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Actually, you're thinking too much. Even if this didn't happen, I still wanted to kill Su Zhaohe. However, Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, Captain Xiaodao, when I heard about your experience, I already wanted to kill this person. How can a scum like him live in this world? I was just worried that I wouldn't have a chance to kill him. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to challenge me. Isn't this perfect? Ah! Hearing this, Huang Xiaodao was a little surprised. She wanted to say something, but then hesitated. You actually want to take revenge for me? As Huang Xiaodao said this, she lowered her head. Her fingers were clenched together, and she didn't know what to do. After being injured, her usually cautious and fragile heart actually trembled at this moment, as if it had been touched by something. Thinking back, when they were at Hutsai Qianwu Mountain, Lin Yi killed Su Zhaohu and the others in order to protect them. After that, in order to protect them, he fought with a mysterious expert. From the aura she felt from afar, that person should be an expert of the Golden Core stage. And now, he actually wanted to take the initiative to stand up for her and take revenge on Su Zhaohu. For no reason, they didn't have any contact, so why was he so good to her? Could it be that he likes me? This thought suddenly appeared, and it couldn't be stopped. In an instant, it occupied her entire mind, and it gave Huang Xiaodao a shock. She had always been very simple. Before she was injured, she had always been cultivating. After that, she was even more focused on accumulating spiritual jades to restore her appearance. She had never seriously thought about the matters of men and women, and she had always felt that love was very far away from her. Especially after she was disfigured, she felt that she could only live alone from now on. But she didn't expect that she would suddenly get to know Lin Yi. Although they had only met once before, and didn't have much interaction, it was undeniable that Lin Yi had left a very unique first impression in her heart, and it made her curious. When a woman started to have curiosity about a man, then she wouldn't be far from falling for him. Huang Xiaodao couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. This feeling of being protected and protected by a man was really good and warm. Did he really like me? Did I like him too? What's wrong with you? Lin Yi saw that Huang Xiaodao lowered her head and didn't speak for a long time, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. It's nothing. Huang Xiaodao's heart skipped a beat, as if someone had seen through her little thoughts. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil, otherwise Lin Yi would have seen her blushing awkwardness and embarrassment. Oh, that's good. Lin Yi looked at her strangely, and shrugged. But, I'm already disfigured. You don't have to be so good to me. I'm not worth it. Huang Xiaodao suddenly thought of her current situation, and her expression became downcast. Her voice trembled as she said sadly. Chapter 4169. What? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. It took him a while to react. Huang Xiaodao might have thought wrongly. A woman's mind was really hard to guess. Lin Yi wanted to explain immediately. However, even through the veil, he could feel Huang Xiaodao's shyness, inferiority, and happiness at the same time. He couldn't help but hesitate. No matter how beautiful Huang Xiaodao was in the past, after she was disfigured, perhaps no man would have any thoughts about her. Since he suddenly treated her so well, it wasn't strange for her to misunderstand that he was interested in her. However, if he directly told the truth, would it hurt her heart? Although he didn't have much contact with Huang Xiaodao, and he didn't have any thoughts about her at the moment, for this pitiful but strong and kind girl, any man would probably feel pity and never have the heart to hurt her. Even if he was misunderstood, Lin Yi still couldn't bear to break Huang Xiaodao's beautiful thoughts at the moment. If he said it out, she might pretend not to care, but she would definitely be sad and embarrassed in her heart. She had already been disfigured by that scumbag Su Zhaohu. Lin Yi didn't want her to feel inferior again. Huang Xiaodao might not care about this, but if she was hurt because of him, or even opened up the scar, what difference was there between him and that scumbag Su Zhaohu? Actually, Lin Yi thought about it and said in a very tactful way, I still have a few close female confidants. Well, I heard, you have a good relationship with Lena. Huang Xiaodao still lowered her head and said in a low voice, so, I can't compare with her. When I see her, I feel inferior. Lin Yi was stunned again. He didn't expect Huang Xiaodao to pay so much attention to him. She should have known that he was Wu Fu Ling Yi not long ago, but she already knew this. However, listening to Huang Xiaodao's tone, she didn't seem to care about whether he had a close female confidant or not. However, Heaven Stage Island had always maintained its ancient customs. Polygamy and the like had always been very common. As a native, it seemed quite normal that Huang Xiaodao didn't resist it. What made Lin Yi helpless was that the other party's answer was obviously irrelevant. She didn't seem to understand the main point of this matter at all. Instead, she changed the topic to Shangguan Lena. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh again. A woman's mind was really hard to guess. "Forget it, let me see your face," Lin Yi said. Although he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he could still see that Huang Xiaotao's appearance was the biggest knot in her heart. If he didn't help her solve it, she would still feel inferior in the end. Especially when she saw a beauty like Shangguan Lena, it would touch her fragile nerves and remind her of herself, who was once equally beautiful. But if it recovers, then Huang Xiaodao would naturally regain her confidence. At that time, she would once again be the center of attention, and wouldn't care whether Lin Yi liked her or not. Don't look." Huang Xiaodao was shocked. She covered her veil and subconsciously took a step back. She didn't have the domineering and resolute attitude of the trial team leader when she was at Mount Tianwu. Instead, she became more and more bashful. "Don't be afraid, I'll just look." Lin Yi comforted her. "No, don't." Huang Xiaodao shook her head repeatedly. She didn't want anyone to see her ugly appearance, let alone a man like Lin Yi who left a good impression on her. She didn't want her image to appear in Lin Yi's heart. Even the slightest flaw was something all women had in common. However, Lin Yi didn't give her a chance to refuse. He took a step forward while she was unprepared and pulled off her veil. Then, he saw the horrifying scar that covered almost half of her face like a centipede and smiled. Seeing Lin Yi smile, Huang Xiaodao was instantly filled with sorrow. Her eyes turned red, and she started crying. You really laughed at me. I knew it. After you saw my appearance, you wouldn't like me anymore. I really thought too highly of myself." Huang Xiaodao sobbed sorrowfully. Hearing this, Lin Yi was even more stunned and smiled bitterly. He thought to himself that Huang Xiaodao was really too fragile and sensitive when it came to this matter. No matter what happened, she would unconsciously think in the direction of inferiority. This had already become a knot in her heart. "You're really thinking too much. I won't laugh at you, I definitely won't," Lin Yi promised with a straight face. He then paused and said, "Wait for me for a moment." "Really?" Huang Xiaodao blinked her tear-stained eyes. She covered her face tightly with her hands, not letting Lin Yi see it. It was a pity that the centipede-like scar was useless no matter how hard she tried to cover it. Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. He rummaged through the space in the jade pendant and finally found a bottle of special edition injury medicine. This was a premium edition injury medicine that House Yu had gotten from the Commonworld's auction. Wu Chentian had packed it all up and stuffed it into Lin Yi's sky-class island. He thought that he wouldn't need it anymore, but he didn't think that it would actually come in handy. This medicine had miraculous effects on old wounds. Most importantly, it could remove scars. Of course, with Lin Yi's strength, he could actually recover Huang Xiaotao's appearance with the art of dragon mastery alone even without this medicine. However, that would require her to be disfigured again in order to recover. That was because this was an old injury that she had suffered many years ago, and it had long since recovered. It was just an ugly and horrifying scar that was left behind. If she directly healed it like this, it would be impossible to heal the injury. If she were to forcefully disfigure her face again in order to recover her appearance, it would be very painful. Huang Xiaodao might not mind doing it herself, but since there was a better way, Lin Yi naturally didn't want her to suffer this pain. "It's fine. It'll be fine soon," Lin Yi said as he personally applied the medicine on Huang Xiaotao's face. The feeling of skin-to-skin contact made Huang Xiaodao shocked, and embarrassed. She immediately froze and didn't dare to move. Feeling Lin Yi's warm breath so close to her and looking at Lin Yi's focused expression, Huang Xiaodao knew that he didn't have any other intentions, but her heart still couldn't help but beat wildly. Her mind went wild again, and she couldn't help but fantasize how great it would be if time could stop at this moment. Chapter 4170. Looking at the hideous centipede scar gradually disappear under the effect of the top-grade injury medicine. In the end, not even a wrinkle was left. Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction and handed a mirror to Huang Xiaodao. Huang Xiaodao took the mirror from Lin Yi in a daze and finally woke up from her wild imagination. When she thought of the possible situation, her hands couldn't help but tremble. She held the mirror for a long time, not daring to look at her own face. "Don't be afraid. Take a good look at yourself now." Lin Yi smiled and encouraged her. "Okay." Huang Xiaodao nodded and took a deep breath. Finally, she mustered the courage to look at herself in the mirror. Then, in an instant, she was stunned in disbelief. Her skin was as white as jade, and her skin was as soft and smooth as a newborn baby's. Her face was pure and flawless. After being tormented for so many years, Huang Xiaodao finally saw her past self again. This was a scene that had only appeared in her dreams. Was this another dream? Huang Xiaodao subconsciously pinched her arm and felt a real pain. Her heart was suddenly filled with ecstasy. It was actually real. Smack. Huang Xiaodao suddenly hugged Lin Yi excitedly. She tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. Unable to suppress her excitement, she said incoherently, "Did you fall in love with me because you knew that you could restore my appearance? You're really amazing." Huh. Lin Yi was speechless. His original intention was that after Huang Xiaodao restored her appearance, she would naturally regain her confidence and would not be constrained to be with him. In terms of beauty, after Huang Xiaodao restored her appearance, she was not inferior to Shanghai Lena at all. In the past, even a person like Su Zhaohe was fascinated by her and did not hesitate to use despicable means. Now, she would definitely be able to attract countless young talents to submit to her. Unexpectedly, after Huang Xiaodao was pleasantly surprised. Her first reaction really made Lin Yi dumbfounded for a long time. He was at a loss for what to do. "Xiaodao, I'm only treating you as a good friend. I really don't mean anything else." Lin Yi had no choice but to bite the bullet and tell her the truth. In any case, now that she had regained her looks and confidence, she would definitely be the center of attention when she returned. Lin Yi reckoned that even if he were to tell her directly, she probably wouldn't be too upset. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaodao was taken aback. A pair of pure and beautiful eyes stared at Lin Yi's face in astonishment. Her lips moved, but no words came out. "Xiaodao, I know you're a good girl, but I already have a lot of girlfriends." Since he'd already said it, Lin Yi decided to just say it all at once. He didn't want to leave any misunderstandings. "It's not just what you've seen and heard. I have girlfriends in Zhongdao, and not just one. So, since there are already so many, is there still a need for me?" Huang Xiaodao suddenly interrupted. Not only did her gaze not shrink back in the slightest, it became even more resolute. "Phut!" Lin Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly didn't know what to say. How did this girl's brain work? What kind of thinking and theory was this? "Oh, I know." Huang Xiaodao suddenly patted her head. She suddenly realized and said, "You're afraid of being found out by them, so you don't dare to accept me, right?" "That's right. Shangguan Lena is such a high and mighty little princess. How could she accept a low-level Blue Cloud Pavilion disciple like me? You're right." Lin Yi was completely defeated by this girl's logic. He could only take advantage of the situation and lie. Anyway, no matter what, as long as he could make her retreat in the face of difficulties, it didn't matter what reason she used. What was important was the result. "Then I know. Thank you." Huang Xiaodao seemed to have finally figured something out. She smiled sweetly at Lin Yi. After putting on her veil again, she didn't say anything else and directly ran away. Phew, she finally gave up. Lin Yi looked at her back and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He stretched out his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Talking to this girl was more tiring than fighting with someone. To be honest, with Huang Xiaotao's pure and beautiful appearance, coupled with her strong and kind character, any man would be happy to see her. Naturally, Lin Yi was no exception. After all, a fair and graceful lady was a gentleman's desire. This was the nature and common problem of men. The reason why Lin Yi was trying to find ways to reject her was that he really didn't want to bear more love debts. Having so many confidants was indeed a blessing that all men would be extremely envious of, but at the same time, it was also a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. From the beginning to the end, Lin Yi felt that he had too many confidants. Therefore, ever since he came to Heaven Stage Island, he deliberately avoided getting involved in love debts. He wholeheartedly cultivated and advanced, hoping to be able to wake up the women as soon as possible. If there was another Huang Xiaodao now, it would be unfair to both the many confidants and Huang Xiaodao herself, so it was better to give up the idea as soon as possible. It's probably because she's grateful that she's impulsive and wants to repay him. As long as she calms down and thinks about it, I believe she'll think it through. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile and muttered to himself. Little did he know that this kind of impulsiveness was indeed very likely to happen to other girls, but with Huang Xiaotao's always firm heart, how could she be so easily impulsive? 5 days passed in a flash. The day of the arranged battle between Su Zhaohe and Lin Yi finally arrived as scheduled under the watchful eyes of the public. On this day, the North Island arena was crowded, and the surrounding stands were packed, attracting more than 60% of the disciples of the 3 pavilions to watch the battle. There was no need to talk about Su Zhaohe, as it was said that he was about to become Shangguan Tianhua's disciple, and he was one of the brightest geniuses in the 3 great pavilions. As for Lin Yi, although he was just a new disciple in the welcoming pavilion, he was the most famous new disciple in recent years, and his name had long since spread throughout the 3 great pavilions. Both sides were in the limelight. Coupled with the clear gap in strength between them, this battle had already attracted much attention from the moment it was set, and became the latest topic of conversation among almost all the disciples of the 3 pavilions. In the short span of 5 days, the public had interpreted the grudge between the 2 into several different versions. Some people said that Lin Yi killed Su Zhaohe, and so Su Zhaohe wanted to avenge his cousin, and at the same time show off his strength to attract the attention of the Shangguan cabinet. This was what Su Zhaohe said when he challenged Lin Yi in public. There were also some who said that Huang Xiaodao had gone to the welcoming pavilion to meet with Su Zhaohe in private. This woman had been involved in a scandal with Su Zhaohe in the past, and due to her disfigurement in an accident, she was exiled to Clear Cloud Pavilion. It was because of her provocation that Su Zhaohe and Lin Yi became enemies. Chapter 4171. Some people even said that Su Zhaohe not only wanted to be apprenticed to Shangguan Tianhua, but also wanted to be Shanghai Tianhua's grandson-in-law. Rumor had it that Lin Yi was very close to Shanghai Lena, so he naturally became a thorn in Su Zhaohe's side. Su Zhaohe wanted to get rid of Lin Yi as soon as possible, so he made a challenge. Various versions of the rumors were flying around, and each of them was very convincing. This battle, which was already the focus of attention, became even more eye-catching, and even evolved into a fiery scene that was now full of people. But no matter which version they believed, the public opinion was always one-sided. In the face of Su Zhaohe, Lin Yi had no chance of winning. Accompanied by senior brother Ku Bai and several others, Lin Yi slowly stepped onto the North Island's arena. He looked around with a calm expression, and when he noticed the figure in the center of the stand, his eyes suddenly froze. Lin Yi never thought that his childish challenge could attract the top big shot of Shanghai Tianhua to watch the battle in person. It wasn't just him. Everyone else present had looks of shock on their faces when they saw Shangguan Tianhua arrive. They all thought that this top powerhouse had come for Su Zhaohe, and wanted to use this challenge to see if Su Zhaohe had the potential to become his proud disciple. Most people thought so, and Su Zhaohe, as one of the protagonists of this challenge, was even more convinced and overjoyed. It was impossible for a big shot like Shanghai Tianhua to specially come to watch the battle for a small newcomer like Lin Yi. The only reasonable explanation was that he really paid attention to him and wanted to see if he could catch his eye. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. During this time, the rumor that Su Zhaohe was going to apprentice to Shanghai Tianhua became more and more intense. Everyone had already believed it to be true, and some people were really uncertain. Instead, it was Su Zhaohe himself. The reason was very simple. Shanghai Tianhua had never explicitly said that he would accept him as a disciple, but intentionally or unintentionally praised him at a meeting of the elders, saying that he could be trained. Gradually, the rumor that Shanghai Tianhua was ready to accept him as a disciple gradually spread, and it was spread to everyone. In addition, Shanghai Tianhua himself did not deny it, so the rumor gradually became more serious. Su Zhaohe was still a little nervous, but now seeing Shanghai Tianhua specially attend the challenge for him, he felt as if a big stone had fallen to the ground. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted off the ground, and his heart was completely at ease. He thought to himself that as long as he trampled Lin Yi to death today and revealed all of his hidden strength, the matter of him becoming Lin Yi's disciple would be a done deal. Little did he know that Shanghai Tianhua's appearance this time was completely the masterpiece of Su Zhaohe. He had to come, and his beard was almost pulled off by his little granddaughter, the reason why he was forcibly pulled here. In fact, Shanghai Lena only had one idea, and that was to let him save Lin Yi. Not to say to directly stop the challenge, but at least when Lin Yi encountered a fatal danger. With the strength of Shanghai Tianhua, he could always easily stop it, and would not let Lin Yi die on the spot. However, after glancing at the person standing beside Shanghai Tianhua and Shanghai Lena, Lin Yi could not help but be stunned. He suddenly saw Huang Xiaodao. Since the last time she went back, Huang Xiaodao did not take off her veil, and the news that she had restored her appearance did not spread. Everything was still as usual, and Lin Yi was not too surprised about it. What really surprised him was when Huang Xiaodao and Shanghai Lena got together. Looking at the way Shanghai Lena talked and laughed with her, the two seemed to have a good relationship. Had they been friends for a long time? Why had he never heard Shanghai Lena mention it? However, Lin Yi changed his mind. Huang Xiaodao was also a disciple of Chongtian Pavilion at the beginning, and there were only a few female disciples in Chongtian Pavilion. It seemed quite normal for Shanghai Lena to know her and become her best friend. Little did he know that although Huang Xiaodao was a disciple of Chongtian Pavilion at the beginning, she did not stay in Chongtian Pavilion for a long time. Moreover, there was a huge gap between her and Shanghai Lena. It was destined that they would not even have a chance to meet each other. How could they become best friends? Under normal circumstances, people of similar social status would have a common language. Those who could become Shanghai Lena's best friend were princesses like Ning Xuefei. Huang Xiaodao, a grassroots disciple, obviously did not meet this condition. She and Shanghai Lena really got to know each other in the past few days, and the common ground between the two, or the source of their relationship becoming close, was because of Lin Yi. Senior sister Xiaodao, is what you told me before true? Little junior brother, can he really compete with a gold core stage master? Shanghai Lena looked at Lin Yi, who was walking on the ring, and asked worriedly again. This little girl really cared about Lin Yi very much. Huang Xiaodao sighed in her heart when she heard this. A few days ago, she saw Shanghai Lena having a headache because of this matter. She thought that the other party was Lin Yi's girlfriend, so she went up to comfort her and told her about this matter. In the beginning, Huang Xiaodao did not expect that this high and mighty Miss Shangguan would be so naive and unpretentious. After a while, the two actually became friends. Today, she was even dragged here by Shanghai Lena to cheer for Lin Yi. Of course, even if there was no Shanghai Lena, Huang Xiaodao would definitely come, but she would not stand in such a central place. However, Huang Xiaodao was still very happy to be able to become good friends with Shanghai Lena. It was not because of Shanghai Lena's noble status. She was not the kind of girl who loved vanity, but because the other party was Lin Yi's girlfriend. After getting along well with her, at least she could reduce some obstacles when she was with Lin Yi in the future. Well, of course, it's all true. Although we escaped in advance that day, we could still feel the aura from the fight behind us. The other party was definitely a gold core stage master. Lin Yi is still intact, which is enough to prove that he at least has the ability to compete with an early stage gold core stage master. So, Lana, you don't have to worry. Huang Xiaodao said with certainty. These words were not only to comfort Shanghai Lena, but also to comfort herself. After all, this matter was also her own speculation, and she was not 100% sure. Previously, when the gold core stage master tipped off Su Zhaohe, he did not mention his own strength at all. Anyway, he was a casual cultivator, and no one would pay attention to him. The reason why he did not mention it was because this matter was too shameful. He was a middle stage gold core stage master, but he was seriously injured by a kid at the peak of the late-stage foundation establishment realm. If this was spread, he would be laughed at. Chapter 4172. Oh, that's good. Shanghai Lena was a little relieved, but she still turned to Shanghai Tianhua and said seriously, Grandpa, you can't just stand by and watch. You can't let anything happen to little junior brother, absolutely not. I know, little Lan you have said it 800 times. Grandpa's ears are almost calloused from hearing it. Shanghai Tianhua said helplessly. The pavilion master of Soaring Sky Pavilion was forced to be a member of the fire rescue team. This matter really made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Able to compete with a Golden Core stage master? Shanghai Tianhua looked at Lin Yi on the arena with a faint smile on his face. This little guy is getting more and more interesting. But if that's all, it's still not enough to fight against Su Zhaohe. On the arena, Lin Yi and Su Zhaohe were facing each other. Everyone's eyes began to focus on them, and the noisy discussion slowly calmed down. Only Kang Ming and Nan Tianba and the others were still gloating and laughing. Today was the day of Lin Yi's death. Of course, they had to enjoy such a celebratory day. Unfortunately, Sai Haixiao was not present, otherwise they would probably laugh even more unscrupulously. After all, this was the territory of the 3 pavilions. Outsiders were not allowed to enter, and Sai Haixiao had made a big mistake by flirting with Shanghai Lena and Ning Xuefei. If he came here today, he would probably be drowned by the spit of the disciples of the 3 pavilions. So even if his heart was itching, he could only stay in the Central Chamber of Commerce and wait for the news of Lin Yi's death. Boy, I heard that you are the #1 newcomer of the welcoming pavilion. Some time ago, you were in the limelight. Su Zhaohe finally spoke. In an instant, the audience was completely quiet. Everyone had a look of watching a good show, waiting for the show to begin. I have no choice. There are always some boring people who come to me. I have to step on them. I'm just trying my best. Lin Yi replied faintly. Hey, your strength is not much, but you really have the demeanor of a pretentious leader. You seem to be quite proud of yourself. Su Zhaohe laughed mockingly. Then, he pretended to be indifferent and said disdainfully, Let me tell you, I was once the #1 rookie. Don't display your slight skill in front of me. You will only be humiliating yourself. Oh, so you're saying that you're a senior? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise and smiled. That does seem to be an old saying. In the Yangtze River, the new waves push the old waves, and the old waves die on the beach. The crowd burst into laughter when they heard that. Although the fight hadn't started yet, it was quite interesting to watch the two of them bicker. Lin Yi was definitely not Su Zhaohe's opponent in a fight, but his mouth wasn't holding back at all. Sharp-tongued. Probably only a frog at the bottom of a well would say such ignorant and fearless words. Su Zhaohe sneered. Looking at Shanghai Tianhua on the stage, he could not wait to show off, so he pretended to be generous and said, Let's not talk too much nonsense. Let's hurry up and start. To avoid wasting everyone's time, as a senior, I will let you make one move first, lest others say that I am bullying the weak. Come on. Or something else. If you let me make one move, you won't have a chance. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Ha ha. Childish. Su Zhaohe did not care and laughed loudly. He no longer hid his strength. Suddenly, he released the powerful aura of an early-stage gold core cultivator and said proudly, You still don't know, I have successfully formed my gold core. Today, I am dealing with you purely to beat up a child. That is why I am being merciful and letting you make one move, lest you die with regrets. Ha ha ha. The audience was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone could not help but look at each other. They had never heard anyone say that Su Zhaohe was already an early-stage gold core cultivator. If they remembered correctly, Su Zhaohe was not even 40 years old. Successfully forming his gold core at such a young age was not unprecedented, but at least in the history of the 3 great pavilions, he could be counted as one of the rare geniuses. No wonder Pavilion Master Shangguan would fancy him. His talent is too terrifying. That's right. Successfully forming his gold core before the age of 40, if we count back, it should be Ramjie, right? That's right. I didn't expect that he has already reached the level of being on par with Hall Master Gongyang. The name of a once-in-a-thousand-years genius is indeed not false. Listening to the audience's praises, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth slightly curved up. Although he had not fought with Ram Jie before, judging purely from his intuition, even the original Ram Jie was not someone that Su Zhaohe could compare to. These people actually compared the two of them. Who knew how Ram Jie would feel when he heard this? Brat, do you see the gap now? Su Zhaohe listened to these words and felt very pleased. He said complacently, even if you and I are both number 1 newcomers, the value is not the same. We are not on the same level at all. I am the first disciple from the same batch of 3 great pavilions to form my gold core. Oh, so what? Lin Yi asked indifferently. So what? Mph, trash like you is also worthy of being called number 1 newcomer? Aren't you ashamed after seeing me? How thick is your skin? Su Zhaohe sneered and said. Oh, then how can I be worthy of this title? Lin Yi said with a playful smile. At least be the same as me, form your gold core at 35. Su Zhaohe said proudly with his nose in the air. Then I'm afraid I can't do it, the difficulty is too high. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. Ha 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 ha, even you know you can't do it. It seems that you are not so stupid that you can't be saved. Su Zhaohe immediately laughed when he heard this. The audience laughed along, especially Kang Mingming and the others. They laughed the most happily and proudly. Lin Yi actually took the initiative to admit defeat in front of so many people. This was the first time. However, Lin Yi's next sentence made the audience's laughter stop abruptly. I'm sorry, I'm only 20 this year. It's a little early. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. What do you mean? Su Zhaohe, like the audience, looked puzzled and looked at each other. Lin Yi smiled faintly, and then the aura around him suddenly changed. The powerful aura of the early gold core stage poured out in an instant. Su Zhaohe, who was also an early gold core stage expert, was like a small boat in a stormy sea in front of him. He was no longer a threat. Instead, he gave people the feeling that he could be swallowed at any time. In an instant, the audience was in an uproar. Su Zhaohe on the stage, Kang Mingming and the others on the stage, all had their mouths wide open. Chapter 4173. How was this possible? This guy was at the early phase of Golden Core. This was completely unbelievable. The other spectators weren't sure of Lin Yi's age, but Kang Mingming was very clear that Lin Yi was only 20 years old. Completing Golden Core at 20, what the hell was that? Su Zhaohe, a 35-year-old so-called genius, couldn't even be compared. Even if you looked at the entire history of Sky-class Island and counted all the powerful gods, you probably wouldn't be able to find a 20-year-old Golden Core practitioner. What was Lin Yi? A freak or a freak? Compared to Kang Mingming and the others who were shocked, the bitter disciple and Xiao Ran let out a long breath. When they found out that Su Zhaohe was at the early phase of Golden Core, they were really worried for Lin Yi. They didn't think that Lin Yi would turn the situation around in the blink of an eye. Completing Golden Core at the Welcome Pavilion, Lin Yi wasn't just the number 1 newbie right now. Even in the history of the 3 great pavilions, he was the number 1 newbie. He could even beat a legendary figure like Zhongliju. This was a terrifying achievement that would be recorded in the history books. The bitter disciple and the others couldn't calm down. On the other side, Shanghai Lena and Huang Xiaodao were even more surprised and overjoyed. They were more worried for Lin Yi than these people. When they found out that Su Zhaohe was at the early phase of Golden Core, Shanghai Lena even pulled on her grandpa's beard, ready to ask Shanghai Tianhua to forcefully stop the fight. As for Huang Xiaodao, although she knew that Lin Yi could escape from a Golden Core master, it was a completely different concept from fighting Su Zhaohe at the early phase of Golden Core. No matter how much she hated Su Zhaohe, there was one thing that couldn't be denied. This person was very strong. He could already fight a Golden Core master head-on when he was at the peak of Foundation establishment. Now that he was at the early phase of Golden Core, didn't that mean that he was even stronger? The odds were against him. The 2 women's judgment of the situation was exactly the same as the others. However, they didn't expect that Lin Yi was already in the early stage of the Gold Core realm. This was truly shocking news. However, amateurs could only watch for fun, while experts could see for themselves the ropes. Although everyone present had been blinded by Lin Yi's display, none of them were able to see what was truly so heaven-defying about him. Only Shangguan Tianhua had been able to see through the essence of it all. At this moment, the way he looked at Lin Yi was shining with a strange light. $10,000 pill? Could it be that this little fellow had a perfect breakthrough? Even the top boss of Shanghai Tianhua was shocked by Lin Yi at this moment. They were both at the early stage of the Jedan stage, but the aura around Lin Yi was not something that a so-called millennium genius like Su Zhaohe could compare with. Core formation at the age of 20 was already an earth-shattering event. Coupled with the legendary perfect breakthrough, it was even more exaggerated and heaven-defying. Shanghai Tianhua couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The younger generation will surpass us in time. What? You are also in the early stage of the gold core realm? Su Zhaohe, the person involved, was shocked and angry at this moment. He thought that it would be as easy as stepping on an ant to kill Lin Yi, but this time, he suddenly felt guilty. Yes. So your proposal of forming the gold core at the age of 35 is too difficult for me. I really can't accomplish it. Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders playfully and said, if nothing unexpected happens, I may already be in the nascent soul realm by that time. I really can't come back to form the gold core. I can't meet your requirements. The audience suddenly burst into laughter. The world had always been full of praising the strong and trampling on the weak. They, who were watching the show, naturally stood on the side of the strong. Previously, they thought that Su Zhaohe would definitely defeat Lin Yi, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. The wind naturally turned around. Su Zhaohe was arrogant and flamboyant, and there were many people who disliked him. Humph, nascent soul realm? To hell with you. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Su Zhaohe's nose instantly became crooked with anger. His face turned livid and he said angrily, today, I will let you understand that there is always someone better than you. Even if we are both in the early stage of the gold core realm, there is still a difference in strength. In front of me, you are just a piece of trash with empty levels. Go to hell. As he spoke, the arena under Su Zhaohe's feet suddenly exploded, and his figure instantly disappeared. Finally, he did not dare to boast about letting Lin Yi make one move again. After all, Su Zhaohe was not stupid. Although he admitted that he was invincible in the same realm as Lin Yi, he still thought that he had 100% chance of winning. He also knew that it was not so easy to deal with a battle of the same realm. If he was a little careless, he might really fail miserably. Therefore, even if he had to eat his words and lose face, Su Zhaohe still chose to strike first. Only the person who laughed last had the right to speak. As long as he could smoothly step on Lin Yi, the stronger Lin Yi was, the more awesome he could be. So fast. Seeing that the fight had finally begun, everyone on the grandstand was excited and exclaimed one by one. There were so many disciples of the three pavilions, and there were many gold core realm experts among them. But even with their eyesight, they could not help but be shocked when they saw Su Zhaohe's skills at this moment, and their faces showed fear. If it was a few experts in the early stage of the gold core realm in the crowd, not to mention fighting against Su Zhaohe, with the horrifying speed he showed at the moment, they could not even touch the hem of his clothes and would be easily killed. There was nothing that could not be overcome, only speed could not be overcome. This principle was not only applicable to martial arts, but also to cultivators like them. However, what he did next was truly astounding. Bang! An explosion suddenly sounded out from the arena. Su Zhaohe's figure, which was already fast to the point of being blurry, suddenly sped up by a great deal along with this explosion. The spectators below the arena weren't even able to catch his figure with their eyes, let alone go against him. Breaking through the sound barrier? This speed is indeed not bad for ordinary early-stage gold core realm experts, but in front of me, it's still too weak. Lin Yi stood on the stage and said with a faint smile, his hands still behind his back, unmoving. You're still trying to act cool even when you're about to die. I'll grant your wish. Su Zhaohe laughed sinisterly. His speed did not decrease, but increased instead. His hands formed claws, and a pitilessly powerful genuine qi quickly condensed at the tip of his claws, emitting a terrifyingly powerful qi. Every time he slashed through the air, he would leave behind 5 streams of genuine qi, like sharp blades. Following that, under the terrified gazes of the audience, in the blink of an eye, a dense spider web had appeared on the stage, quickly surrounding and enveloping Lin Yi from all directions. This was not an ordinary net. Every strand of genuine qi could cut through iron like mud, and was not inferior to the existence of a divine weapon. Once one was covered by this net, chopping them into 8 pieces would be an extravagant dream, and the entire person would only be left with a pile of minced meat. Chapter 4174. Heaven's Net Cover. Countless experts have died under my hands. You'll be the next. Su Zhaohe's sinister laughter resounded in the air. In today's battle, he had never thought of giving his opponent a way out. The more pretentious Lin Yi's performance was, the stronger his killing intent was. Successfully forming his golden core at the age of 20, Lin Yi was too big of a threat. If he didn't get rid of him today, there would be endless troubles in the future. For a moment, everyone in the arena didn't dare to breathe too loudly. The bitter seniors were so nervous that they were secretly trembling. Shanghai Lena even pulled Shanghai Tianhua, indicating that he could save Lin Yi. In their eyes, although Lin Yi was also an early-stage golden core expert, Su Zhaohe's reputation wasn't undeserved. Today's battle was still very dangerous. Only Shanghai Tianhua was calm as usual. Lin Yi was the strongest golden core expert who had a perfect breakthrough. How could he lose to Su Zhaohe, who was at the same level? Don't be ridiculous. Strangle. Su Zhaohe's eyes lit up as he retracted his heaven's net. From all directions, countless rays of energy that could cut through gold and iron directly covered the top of Lin Yi's head, making it impossible for him to escape. However, Lin Yi wasn't flustered at all. Taking advantage of the last moment when the heaven's net was retracted, he suddenly moved and threw 1,000 frenzied kicks at the empty air. Boom! Su Zhaohe's sorry figure suddenly appeared on Lin Yi's leg. Then, like a cannonball, he flew out and penetrated the 10 meters thick stone wall, burying himself deep under the spectator stand. As for the deadly heaven's net, with this shocking kick, it instantly vanished into thin air, as if it had never appeared. Such a sudden scene shocked everyone so much that they couldn't close their jaws. One after another, they hurriedly looked at the deep pit below. At this moment, Su Zhaohe's eyes had already turned white. His bloodshot eyes were wide open and he couldn't move. It was obvious that he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. One move. Instant kill. After a long silence, it was unknown who cried out in surprise. Only then did everyone react, and they instantly went into an uproar as they discussed incessantly. The number 1 newcomer really deserved his reputation. He was not some pretentious leader at all, but he really had the strength to suppress others. They were both experts in the early stage of the gold core realm, but Su Zhaohe, who was praised to the heavens, could not even withstand one move in front of him. What kind of monster was this? However, when Lin Yi faintly opened his mouth, the crowd quietened down spontaneously. At this moment, he was the only protagonist here. Originally, I could have spared you, but I have a friend called Huang Xiaodao. Lin Yi said indifferently to the deep pit. Su Zhaohe, who was already on his last breath, suddenly stiffened when he heard this. After twitching helplessly for a while in despair, he actually died on the spot. He really did it for me. Huang Xiaodao, who was on the spectator stand, was instantly moved to tears. She was happy that Lin Yi was able to kill Su Zhaohe in one move, but the last sentence sounded even rarer to her than killing Su Zhaohe in one move. Senior sister Xiaodao, do you like junior brother? Shanghai Lena, who was also immersed in surprise, suddenly asked. She looked at Huang Xiaodao with some doubts and suddenly opened her mouth to ask. I. This question came so suddenly that Huang Xiaodao suddenly stuttered and did not know how to answer. Haha. Sure enough. Do you want me to be a matchmaker for you? Shanghai Lena could not help but laugh, and immediately suggested on a whim. However, when she said this, she did not know why her heart was slightly tightened, but she did not understand why it was like this. However, Shanghai Lena was not a sensitive person. Although she felt that it was a little strange, she did not take it to heart. This. Huang Xiaodao was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. Did Shangguan Er's words mean that she accepted her? If that was the case, wouldn't she be able to be with Lin Yi openly without any obstacles? This silly girl. Shanghai Tianhua, who was watching from the side, could not help but secretly smile bitterly and shake his head, but he did not say anything. He only cared about whether Lin Yi was strong enough and whether he could take good care of his granddaughter. As for how many female confidants Lin Yi had, it was not something he cared about. Polygamy had always been practiced on Heaven Stage Island. He was not to the extent that Lin Yi had to marry only Shangguan Lena. Seeing the shocked expressions of all the people present, Lin Yi smiled faintly, thinking that today's first appearance after returning to the North Island could be considered a perfect ending. Killing Su Zhaohe with one move, such a strong and domineering performance, was to deter the rascals. As expected by Lin Yi, what he had done in the Middle Island would be spread back to the North Island sooner or later. Things like Tiandan Pavilion would definitely make people jealous. It was inevitable that some people would have evil intentions, so he needed to suppress them forcefully. At this critical juncture, Su Zhaohe, the scumbag, came to him on his own initiative. With the previous hatred and old hatred, how could he not kill him? Looking at Lin Yi's many enemies in the North Island, including Nan Tianba, the Southern Skygate brothers, as well as people like Kang Mingming and Murong Zhen, with his current strength, he was no longer afraid of them. Their strength was no longer at the same level. Although due to the rules of the three pavilions, Lin Yi could not directly kill them, after seeing the scene today, they would definitely not dare to easily provoke him again. Otherwise, they would learn from Su Zhaohe's mistakes. Absolute strength had absolute deterrence. When one's strength was strong enough to crush others, blindly hiding his strength would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. When necessary, he needed to show his strength and let these rascals despair. How could this be? It's only been more than a month. How could he be an expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm? He could even kill Su Zhaohe in one move. How is this possible? Murong Zhen stared at Lin Yi on the stage and muttered to herself. Not long ago, she was still fantasizing about making Lin Yi kneel under her skirt and beg for mercy. She did not expect that after such a short period of time, Lin Yi had become an existence that she needed to look up to. She could not catch up with his footsteps at all. On the contrary, Kang Mingming, who hated Lin Yi to the bone, was shocked at this time, but he did not look too depressed. Previously in the secular world, he had been chasing after Lin Yi and always wanted to counterattack, but he had never succeeded. Therefore, he had long been used to this kind of thing. Since he could not kill him this time, he would admit defeat for the time being. Anyway, he had always been a shameless person, and he had never thought of using his own strength to overwhelm Lin Yi. No matter how strong Lin Yi was, there would always be someone stronger. When the time came, he would just provoke them. Chapter 4175. As expected of boss Lin Yi, it was so satisfying. Zhong Pingliang's heart was filled with excitement. He had long submitted to Lin Yi. The stronger Lin Yi was, the happier he was. He couldn't wait for his boss to be invincible. Among the crowd, only Meng Tong's expression did not change. He calmly looked at Lin Yi on the stage. No one knew what he was thinking. As for Nan Tianba and Nan Tianmen, they looked at each other with lingering fear. Su Zhaohe had the ability to kill people above his level. He was at least comparable to an early-stage Golden Core expert. But in the end, he was killed by Lin Yi as if he was killing a chicken. If it was Nan Tianba, his ending would not be any better. As for Nan Tianmen, who was only at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, there was no need to talk about it. After today's battle, Lin Yi had become an existence that they could only look up to. If they were alone, they would definitely not dare to provoke him. Otherwise, they would really be courting death. In the crowd, there was a man wearing a bamboo hat, his face obscured. He shuddered as he looked at Lin Yi, who was exuding a domineering aura. He shrunk his neck and quickly ran away. This person was not a disciple of the three great pavilions. He had mixed in with the crowd. If Lin Yi was standing in front of him, he would definitely recognize the face under the bamboo hat. It was the middle-stage Golden Core expert that he had met on Hutsai Tianwu Mountain. Back then, when he fought with Lin Yi, both of them were injured. He was forced to go into seclusion to recuperate for a month. Only recently did he barely recover from his injuries. He could finally come out of seclusion. The first thing he did was to report to Su Zhaohe that Lin Yi had killed Su Zhaohu and the others. He only had one goal, to kill with a borrowed knife. Lin Yi's identity was exposed. Su Zhaohe challenged him in public. Everything was going according to his plan. In his mind, although he was tricked by Lin Yi's alchemic firebomb, he still had lingering fears. Even now, Su Zhaohe still had a lingering fear in his heart. However, with Su Zhaohe's well-known strength as a genius, even if things did not go smoothly against a mere Lin Yi, at least he would not make any big mistakes. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that things would turn out like this. Su Zhaohe, who was in the early stage of the Gold Core realm, was so weak in front of Lin Yi. Even if his strength was stronger than Su Zhaohe, it was still very limited. How could he be the opponent of Lin Yi? What made him even more puzzled was that no matter how hard he racked his brains, more than a month ago, Lin Yi was clearly only at the foundation establishment stage. How did he suddenly become an early-stage Gold Core stage expert now? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength? Even if it was the myriad golden dan fruit, normally, it could only be used to increase the strength of a golden dan stage expert. It was impossible for a foundation establishment stage expert to reach core formation in one step, right? This kind of thing was simply unheard of, and it was completely unrealistic. This problem, no matter how much the man in the bamboo hat thought about it, he could not figure it out. In his heart, apart from hatred towards Lin Yi, there was also a faint trace of indescribable fear. Previously, Lin Yi, who was only at the foundation establishment stage, had already fought with him until both sides suffered. Now, Lin Yi was already at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. His strength had probably skyrocketed by more than 10 times. What else could he do? Find a chance to sneak an attack on Lin Yi? As soon as this idea popped up, the man in the bamboo hat already had a guilty conscience. If he really did so, there was more than a 90% chance that nothing would happen to Lin Yi, but he himself would follow in the footsteps of Su Zhaohe. However, if he just watched as Lin Yi was free and unfettered like this, his heart would be scratched by 100 claws. His heart was like 100 claws scratching at it, and he definitely wouldn't let it go. If he took revenge, he might be killed instead. If he did not take revenge, he could not swallow this resentment. If he did not untie the knot in his heart, it might even delay his future cultivation. The man in the bamboo hat was really in a dilemma. Am I just going to watch that brat Lin Yi be unscrupulous like this? The man in the bamboo hat muttered unwillingly as he pinched his chin. At this moment, suddenly, a hand behind him silently patted on his shoulder. Who? The man in the bamboo hat was instantly scared out of his wits. He almost had a mental illness. He hurriedly jumped a step forward. Then, he turned his head in shock and looked behind him. There was a mysterious man dressed in black whose face could not be seen. The man in the bamboo hat was suddenly scared out of his wits. He looked at the man with a face of vigilance. To be able to quietly appear less than a step behind him, and he, an expert at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, did not notice it at all. If the other party had the intention to kill him, he would have died 100 times by now. The strength of this mysterious man in black was absolutely unfathomable. I have a way to let you quickly improve your strength. Are you interested? The mysterious man in black said faintly. Quickly improve my strength. There is such a good thing. The man in the bamboo hat looked at the other party with a face of vigilance. Then, he sneered and said, there is no free lunch in this world. Your Excellency, using such a childish trick to deceive people, aren't you looking down on me too much? In Jianghu, there were too many cases of mutual deception. A little carelessness could lead to falling into someone else's trap. As an expert at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, the man in the bamboo hat had experienced this kind of thing many times. Hehe, you are quite vigilant. The mysterious man in black smiled indifferently. Then, his body suddenly shook and disappeared into thin air. The next moment, he appeared behind the man in the bamboo hat. The man in the bamboo hat was once again frightened. The supersonic speed that Su Zhaohe displayed on the arena was simply child's play compared to that of the mysterious man in black. It was not worth mentioning. And he once again confirmed one thing. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would indeed be effortless. However, the mysterious man in black obviously did not have this intention. He just whispered something in his ear and turned away. However, it was this simple sentence that made the man in the bamboo hat's face change. Then, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. He hurriedly nodded and followed the mysterious man in black with a face of trust. After a while, the man in the bamboo hat was already in an underground secret room. He had been injected with a kind of medicine and was in the process of digesting the medicine. At the same time, right above the secret room, in a private room with a unique charm, the black-robed man was respectfully reporting to a mysterious woman. I have already injected him with the medicine and taught him the trick of digesting the medicine. The man in black bowed and reported. Okay. The mysterious woman nodded as she continued arranging the flowers. But, may I be so bold to ask, what kind of medicine is this? The man in black couldn't help but feel a little strange. This was the first time he had come into contact with this medicine. He had never seen it before. With his level and status, this was very rare. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You are also an old man. Don't you even know these rules? The mysterious woman's calm tone had a little more worry. Chapter 4176. Yes. The man in black immediately lowered his head, covered in cold sweat. Although she didn't release any aura, the words that fell on his head were heavy, and he couldn't bear it. But, you are one of us. Although this is a core secret, there's no harm in telling you. The mysterious woman's tone was still calm as she said faintly, this is the medicine that Professor Lee gave me through special channels. Once the test is successful, we can mass-produce original soul masters, helping us achieve great things. If these words were leaked out, it would definitely set off a storm. In the entire North Island of the Heaven Realm, the original infant stage cultivators were all top-notch existences, second only to the top few. However, from the mouth of this mysterious woman, they were like puppets that could be created at will. This was a huge event that could change the world. Ah, it's Professor Lee. The man in black, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at this point. He couldn't contain his excitement. Not only did he open up the passage between Heaven Island and the mortal world, but he also opened up the passage between Heaven Island and the Yanghuang Planet Transit Station. It's not really a passage. The mysterious woman shook her head and said faintly, he used a special channel to send this medicine over. When we go to the mortal world, we're just sending things over. We can't go there for the time being, but we have to thank Zhong Liju for finding this loophole. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have found this loophole in the four-dimensional space. Four-dimensional space formation? This is what Sun Sikong set up all those years ago. The man in black raised a brow. That's right. That Sun guy thinks he's so smart, but he doesn't know that it's nothing difficult for Professor Lee. He has already told the way to break it to his disciple, Professor Benjamin too, and my clone in the mortal world has already started researching with him. As she said this, the mysterious woman's lips curled up. One day, we will be able to travel between Heaven Island and the mortal world freely. We can freely travel between Heaven Island and the secular world, so I believe we won't have to wait too long. As the two were talking, a tremor came from the bottom of their feet, and there were traces of pure chi coming out. It seems like it's working. Go take a look. The mysterious woman ordered. The man in black took the order and left, but he was secretly shocked. This was their secret base in the North Island, and almost all of the top protective formations were used. Even the Island Master's Pavilion of the North Island couldn't compare with this place. However, after the person below had been injected with the drug, the vital energy that his body emitted was actually able to penetrate the top-notch defensive array. It caused the entire base to tremble. It was simply inconceivable. After entering the underground chamber, the black-clothed man had only taken a step forward. Even with his strength, he was almost repelled by the raging and surging true energy. It was truly inconceivable. At this moment, the man in the bamboo hat was like a demon. His entire body was enveloped in an unprecedentedly powerful vital energy, giving off the feeling that the surrounding space was distorted. Accompanied by the incessant howls of pain, his strength rapidly skyrocketed at a frightening speed. From the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm, in the blink of an eye, he jumped all the way to the peak of the Golden Core Realm. After that, there was a huge barrier between the Golden Core Realm and the nascent Soul Realm. It was easily pierced through like a piece of paper in a window. In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the man in the bamboo hat had actually turned from the middle stage of the golden core realm to an expert of the nascent soul realm. This drug is really powerful. Even the black-clothed man couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this. Although he also knew that the more powerful the drug was, the more terrifying the side effects would be. Even so, just for the point of being able to mass-produce experts of the nascent soul realm, this result of Professor Lee's could be said to be earth-shattering. However, before he could finish sighing, the man in the bamboo hat, who should have gradually calmed down, suddenly let out an even more heart-wrenching roar. Immediately after, the raging true energy suddenly increased again, quickly climbing to an even more shocking level. The black-clothed man's expression changed. Before he could do anything, he heard a muffled bang. The entire underground chamber was instantly covered with flesh and blood. It was shocking to see, and the man in the bamboo hat had actually exploded and died. Seeing this, the black-clothed man was shocked. He immediately turned around and went upstairs to report to the mysterious woman. So, this experiment is a failure. The mysterious woman shook her head regretfully. This was an experiment that could subvert the power structure of the Heaven Stage Island. Although she had long expected that the possibility of failure was not low, now that she faced the reality, she couldn't help but be a little disappointed. In my opinion, it can't be considered a complete failure. At least this kind of drug can indeed increase the strength to the nascent soul realm. It's just that it can't be maintained at the moment. The black-clothed man reported. Well, I have to report this to the headquarters. You go and dispose of the body. The mysterious woman ordered, turned around, and entered the inner room. She used her special channel to report to the headquarters, and the black-clothed man responded and left. In the inner street of the market, Hong's Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi, Shangguan Lena, Huang Xiaodao, and Hong Zhong sat together at a table, toasting happily. The reason why everyone came here this time was actually Shangguan Lena's idea. She wanted to hold a celebration banquet for Lin Yi, and Lin Yi happened to come to see his old friend, Hong Zhong, so everyone came to the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. As for why Huang Xiaodao appeared here, there was another reason. Well, since we have already celebrated for junior brother, now it's time to talk about business. Shangguan Lena suddenly cleared her throat. Oh, what business? Lin Yi and Hong Zhong looked at each other, confused. Only Huang Xiaodao, who was next to him, suddenly blushed and lowered her head slightly. Since I'm so serious, of course it's a big deal, and it's a lifelong event. Junior brother, it's a good thing for you. You have to thank me, your senior sister, Shangguan Lana said mysteriously. Lifelong event? What's going on? Lin Yi was even more puzzled. Since you're so curious, then I won't keep you in suspense. Junior brother, listen carefully, senior sister Xiaodao likes you very much. You have to treat her well in the future, Shangguan Lena announced with a mischievous face. However, for some reason, when she said this, she suddenly had an inexplicable feeling of loss in her heart. Even though Shangguan Lana was a thick-skinned person, she could not help but feel a little strange. What was wrong with her? At this moment, when Huang Xiaodao heard this, her ruddy face instantly turned even redder, and she immediately buried her head deeper, not daring to look up. Today, Shangguan Lana specially asked her to come here for this matter. Chapter 4177. At first, she thought that Shanghai Lena was just joking on a whim. She didn't expect that this little girl would really do it. For a moment, Huang Xiaodao was both happy and shy. There was no doubt that she liked Lin Yi, and now that Shangguan Lana, the real girlfriend, was personally matchmaking them, there shouldn't be any more obstacles now, right? Lin Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that Shanghai Lena would suddenly play such a trick on him. What should he do? This was not a private occasion. In front of Hong Zhong and Shanghai Lena, if he rejected her bluntly like last time, it would really hurt Huang Xiaodao's heart. Moreover, although Huang Xiaodao was blushing and didn't speak, Lin Yi could also see that this girl wanted him to nod. Huang Xiaodao's character was a typical soft on the outside but hard on the inside. If Lin Yi refused at this time, she might still force a smile on the surface, but she would be sad and cry when she went back. This emotional injury would probably be difficult to recover from. However, Lin Yi didn't want to cause more emotional debts for himself. In this situation, he couldn't refuse or agree, so he could only helplessly say, as long as we get along, we will get along slowly and let nature take its course in the future. En. Huang Xiaodao was overjoyed when she heard this. She nodded shyly. Although Lin Yi's words were not so resolute, it could already be regarded as a confirmation. In the future, when she was with Lin Yi, it would be fair and above board. That's great. Remember that I'm the matchmaker for you too. I'm the matchmaker for you too. Hee. Shanghai Lena teased with a smile, but the inexplicable sense of loss in her heart still lingered. Haha, the two of you are a match made in heaven. Young hero Lin, your good fortune is truly enviable. Congratulations, Hong Zhong said with a smile. Thank you very much, Manager Hong. Lin Yi didn't know how to explain to Hong Zhong, a bystander who didn't know the truth. He could only change the topic. Oh right, shopkeeper Hong, other than Hutsai Tianwu Mountain, are there any other places where the life-growing mushrooms can be found? Speaking of which, his initial goal when he went to Mount Hutsai was to find the life-growing mushroom. However, he did not expect to accidentally discover the 10,000 golden dan fruit. After that, a series of events happened, and he was sent to Middle Island. Lin Yi had gained a lot in the past month, but he was missing the life-growing mushroom. It was also for this reason. Lin Yi did not go to the King of Junk for the past few days. Otherwise, even if Su Zhaohe had challenged him to a battle in public, he would have gone to the King of Junk to study the forging. Oh, young Master Lin, didn't you go to the North Island Cultivators Guild? Didn't you go look for them yourself? Hong Zhong couldn't help but feel strange. It's a long story. I did go to Mount Hutsai Tianwu Mountain, but before I could find the life-growing mushroom, I got into a fight with someone and both sides were injured. After that, I was sent to Middle Island. I had no chance at all. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. He also roughly told him what happened in Middle Island. Yes, we went to Mount Hutsai Tianwu Mountain together. That's how I met Lin Yi. Huang Xiaodao nodded and said, there's such a thing. I didn't expect young Master Lin to really go to Middle Island. Hong Zhong raised his eyebrows in surprise. He introduced Cai Zhongyang of Middle Island to Lin Yi just in case. He didn't expect it to really come in handy. Aside from surprise, Hong Zhong couldn't help but sigh in admiration when he heard about what Lin Yi did in Middle Island. Each and every one of those things was not a small feat as expected. Lin Yi was not an ordinary person. Yes, so now we're back to square one. I have to find another way to get the life-growing mushroom. If it doesn't work, I have to go to Mount Hutsai Tianwu Mountain again. Lin Yi said helplessly. He didn't know how long the King of Rags could wait, but anyway, the sooner he got the life-growing mushroom, the better. It's actually not necessary. As early as a month ago, I've already put up a bounty task for you in the Cultivators Guild of North Island. I guess there will be a result by the end of this month. Young Master Lin, you might as well wait a little longer. Hong Zhong smiled. That's great. Thank you, Manager Hong. Come on, let me propose a toast to you. Lin Yi was overjoyed and immediately raised his glass to thank him. West Island. Ning Shuefei had been playing in North Island for so long. Finally, she returned to her familiar home. But the first thing she did was not to see her mother, the owner of the island, but to find Han Jingjing. Jingjing, guess who I saw in North Island? Ning Shuefei hugged Han Jingjing, who was studying the automatic casting mechanism, and kept her guessing mysteriously. Who? Didn't you go to see Lena, in Shanghai? Han Jingjing blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion. Of course I saw Lan but I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about another person. He has a lot of connections with you, Jingjing. Ning Shuefei winked. Connections with me? I've never been to North Island. Who would have connections with me? Han Jingjing was even more confused. Who said no? The person I saw in North Island this time is the person you've been thinking about day and night, Ning Shuefei said with a smile. Could it be Brother Lin Yi? Han Jingjing's eyes suddenly lit up. She held Ning Shuefei in her arms and said excitedly. It's him, Ning Shuefei said. She took out a small box from her arms, in which there were 3 highest-grade elixirs. She handed them to Han Jingjing and said, "Here, these are refined by your brother Lin Yi. Put them away quickly." Highest-grade foundation-building elixirs? Han Jingjing was surprised and happy. She couldn't help but ask, "Does brother Lin Yi know I'm here?" "No, I haven't told him yet. I'm thinking of taking you there next time and giving him a big surprise." Ning Shuefei stuck out her tongue. "Going to North Island?" Han Jingjing nodded repeatedly. Her face was full of expectation. Then she pulled Ning Shuefei and asked impatiently, "Fei, how is brother Lin Yi now? Tell me quickly." Ning Shuefei immediately told Han Jingjing everything she had experienced after she went to North Island. Because of Lin Yi, Han Jingjing listened very attentively. Even if it was just a little trivial thing, she would unconsciously feel nervous and happy. Especially when she heard that Sai Haixiao flirted with the 2 girls and Lin Yi stepped forward, she was so nervous that she didn't dare to breathe. Until she heard that 5 disciples in Gold Core stage stepped forward, she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Lin Yi went to Cultivators Guild in North Island? What happened later? Did he find the mutual growth mushroom? Han Jingjing asked. Chapter 4178. I don't know. I haven't heard from him since he left for half a month. Then I came back, so I don't know how he is now. Ning Shuefei shook her head helplessly. Well, isn't it said that Hutsai Mountain is very dangerous? I'm very worried about brother Lin Yi. Han Jingjing was worried. Suddenly she blinked her big eyes and said, "Fei, why don't you write to him and ask?" "Okay, to be honest, I'm also a little worried. I'll write to Lan and ask." Ning Shuefei agreed readily and immediately wrote a letter. After sending it out, the 2 women were still chattering about Lin Yi. But this time, it was the opposite. Ning Shuefei took the initiative to pester Han Jingjing to tell her about Lin Yi's various things in the secular world. Although Han Jingjing had mentioned it before, she didn't know who Lin Yi was at that time, and she didn't think there would be any intersection between them, so she didn't take it seriously at all. But now it was different. Not only Han Jingjing, his real girlfriend, was concerned about Lin Yi's affairs, but she, the little princess of West Island, was also inexplicably worried about him. In the North Island, it had been a few days since he killed Su Zhaohe with 1 move last time. In the face of Lin Yi's strong and domineering return, except for a lot of discussion in the 3 pavilions, no one dared to trouble him for a while. If Lin Yi was just a normal number 1 newbie, there'd be a lot of people coming to cause trouble for him, whether it was for fame or profit. But now, he'd killed Su Zhaohe in 1 hit. Even in the history of the 3 pavilions, he was undoubtedly the number 1 newbie in the history of the 3 pavilions. With such strength, even if he was a newcomer, he was definitely a top-notch existence in the 3 pavilions, and ordinary people couldn't afford to offend him. Coming to find trouble was completely courting death. Who dared to provoke him? As for those who were stronger than Lin Yi, although it wasn't to say that they didn't exist, they were either the direct disciples of those top big shots, or they were famous people like the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Gong Yangjie. Unless there was a huge conflict of interest, they wouldn't come looking for trouble with Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi wasn't just strong. After the last battle, news of Shangguan Tianhua's favor had spread throughout the 3 pavilions. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to make a move on Lin Yi. They had to consider Shanghai Tianhua's attitude. Therefore, in recent days, Lin Yi had a rare leisure time. Except that Shanghai Lena occasionally brought Huang Xiaodao to chat with him, what he had to do every day was to go to the Hong's Chamber of Commerce to wait for the news of the growing mushroom, or to practice in the cave residence to stabilize his realm. A high-level battle of life and death was enough to make up for months of hard work. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. And when Lin Yi fought against Su Zhaohe, even though it was not intense and could only be regarded as a small test, it was still a real battle of life and death. In addition, Lin Yi had been practicing hard during this period of time. Now, not only had he completely stabilized his early golden elixir realm, but there were even signs of a breakthrough. Above the early golden elixir realm was the peak of the early golden elixir realm. Such a speed was not only shocking, but even Lin Yi himself felt that it was incredible. This speed was comparable to when he broke through from the early foundation establishment stage to the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. It completely overturned the common sense that the higher the level, the harder it was to break through. It could only be said that the so-called perfect breakthrough and the so-called strongest golden elixir realm master were not empty words. If this continued, the day when Lin Yi became truly invincible in the golden elixir realm would not be too far away. Finally, in this slightly leisurely wait, Lin Yi finally received news from Hong Zhong. The life-growing mushroom was in his hands. Just like its name, the life-growing mushroom was a combination of all known characteristics, and each characteristic had its own representative color. Therefore, at first glance, the life-growing mushroom could be described as colorful. More importantly, its color was not unchanging, but it could change at any time. The pattern of change was in accordance with the surrounding environment, naturally blending with the environment. It was an extremely brilliant protective color. It was already very rare, and with this layer of protective color that could change at any time, unless it was an experienced collector, it would be difficult to detect. It was not difficult to understand why the life-growing mushroom was so rare in the market. With the life-growing mushroom, Lin Yi immediately went to the King of Junk's secret base. When he found the King of Junk in the cave, this guy was still carefully controlling the fire. His expression was focused, and he did not dare to let his guard down. "Brother Wang, you've worked hard these past 2 months. Lin Yi will remember your hard work and hard work." Lin Yi could not help but be moved. "Hey, Brother Lin, what are you saying? I've been entrusted with a task, and this is all part of my duty. Moreover, I was the one who suggested it. With such an abnormal situation, if I don't keep a close eye on it, wouldn't I be letting down so many of your top-level materials?" The King of Junk saw Lin Yi and was both surprised and happy. He waved his hand and laughed. Although he spoke calmly, Lin Yi was still very touched. It was a simple sentence of being entrusted with a task, but it had been more than 2 months, and he did not even know if it would succeed. He had insisted on guarding this place. If it were anyone else, they would not be so honest. Perhaps once Lin Yi left, he would have already sneaked away. Even putting aside the forging, the King of Junk was definitely worthy of the word righteousness. To be able to make a friend like this, it was worth it. This is the life mushroom and the other materials you listed. Have a look, Brother Wang. Lin Yi patted the King of Junk's shoulder heavily. Without saying anything else, he immediately took out all the repairing materials. Great. The King of Junk was overjoyed. He took the materials and checked them carefully one by one until he was sure that they were all of high quality. He then nodded affirmatively. There had been an accident before, so the next remedy was very important. If he failed again, it would be a complete failure. Therefore, he could not afford to make any mistakes. How about it? Can we start again? Lin Yi asked expectantly. Well, let's not delay. Although there were not many changes in the past 2 months, some things can't be observed with the naked eye. It's not a good thing to delay for too long. Let's start now. The King of Junk took a deep breath and immediately increased the heat. The originally lukewarm forging pool began to boil again. Then, the King of Junk mixed the materials given by Lin Yi and added them into the forging pool one by one. Then, he guided them to the iron lump in the middle. Lin Yi watched all this attentively. Even with his calm temperament, he could not help but feel nervous at this moment. He had spent so many materials and energy on this casting. The success or failure depended on this move. Chapter 4179. They held their breath and stared at the lump of iron in the casting pool for half an hour. When Lin Yi and the King of Junk couldn't help but look at each other, thinking that they had failed, the lump of iron finally reacted. The reaction was very, very slow, so subtle that ordinary people couldn't detect it. However, for both Lin Yi and the King of Junk, Lin Yi's senses were very sharp, while the King of Junk was a professional blacksmith. Sensing changes was one of his basic skills. At this moment, the lump of iron began to melt like 1,000-year-old ice, which couldn't escape their eyes at all. It's done. Lin Yi and the King of Junk high-fived each other in celebration. As long as the ice was broken, the following changes would happen naturally. In the past 2 months, the King of Junk didn't just simply look at the lump of iron. He took advantage of this time to thoroughly study the forging process and calculated every possible change. He had prepared more than 100 emergency plans for this. If he still failed, it would be God's will. As expected, the King of Junk seemed to be at ease in the forging process. Every time there was an unexpected sign, it was immediately suppressed by him and couldn't cause any trouble. As they waited anxiously, several days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi's originally calm mood gradually became uneasy, because the final time had come. Once it was successful, with all the top-level materials Lin Yi had thrown in, and the blood and sweat the King of Junk had poured into it, the weapon he would be able to make would be one of a kind, even if it wasn't the first in history. Lin Yi's strength would skyrocket once more. However, in the midst of such anticipation and uneasiness, the King of Junk's expression suddenly changed, and so did Lin Yi's expression. Right at the final step. It was stuck. What's wrong? Is there something missing? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. He was just about to come out of the furnace, but it was suddenly stuck. This kind of feeling was really annoying. It's not that bad. The King of Junk turned around and looked at Lin Yi with a bitter smile. He said helplessly, "It's very important to control the temperature and environment when a legendary weapon is produced. Only then can it be produced smoothly, but I can't do it, huh? Can't do it?" Lin Yi couldn't help but grin, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. At this critical moment, she actually said that she couldn't do it. What was going on? "Brother Lin, if we fail again this time, the problem will all be on me," the tattered king said in a low voice. Then, he scratched his head in disbelief. "But it's only at the last minute. There have never been any problems before. Why is it not working today? Could it be that my forging skills are really that bad? It's fine. There won't be any more problems at this point anyway. If the first time doesn't work, then we'll try again. If the second time doesn't work, then we'll try a third time. Let's try more." Lin Yi comforted him. The tattered king nodded and continued with various attempts. However, what made him want to cry was that no matter what he did, it just wouldn't work. There would always be a slight error. Although it was only a little, it seemed to be an insurmountable gap. This time, even Lin Yi didn't know how to comfort him. He could only stare at the tattered king and stare at each other. The tattered king, who had always been confident, even began to doubt if his forging skills were really bad. Little did he know that if the weapon forging masters were to find out about this, they would probably cry. 10,000-year tree crystals, ancient pure lands, and other rare treasures of heaven and earth, and you two actually put them all together. Even genius grandmasters like them would find it difficult to control them, and you two newbies actually dared to open a furnace and do it. You guys really don't know what you're talking about. It would be a miracle if you could even form it. In fact, it was already a miracle that you could reach the last step. However, the tattered king and Lin Yi didn't know that. They thought it was really their own problem, so they frowned and didn't know what to do. The last step of forming depended on the perfect control of the fire. There was no shortcut. Unless they could find a weapon forging master to help them, it was impossible. Even an ordinary weapon forging master couldn't do it. However, there were very few weapon forging masters in the whole North Island. Except for the tattered king, it was hard to find a weapon forging master. Moreover, in terms of forging skills, they were not as good as the tattered king. They couldn't be called weapon forging masters at all. What should they do? Helplessly, Lin Yi could only let the tattered king stay in the cave and continue to try, while he went back to the welcome pavilion. After all, it was not a good idea to stay there. Even if he stayed there, he couldn't help the tattered king. But, he couldn't get rid of it. Even when he came out alone, he couldn't help but frown. "Junior brother, what's wrong with you? You don't have fun with us?" Seeing this, Shanghai Lena couldn't help but pout. These days, she dragged Huang Xiaodao to play with Lin Yi when she had nothing to do. She claimed that she wanted to help them cultivate their relationship and be a competent matchmaker. Huang Xiaodao also looked at Lin Yi carefully. She was worried. She thought it was because she and Shanghai Lena came too often that Lin Yi was annoyed. "No, don't get me wrong. It has nothing to do with you two," Lin Yi hurriedly explained. "Actually, it's my own problem. I've been crafting with a friend recently, and we've used a lot of treasures and energy. I've tried everything I could to find the life-growing mushroom just for this crafting, but now that I'm about to succeed, I'm stuck at the last step. I can't form it. I really don't know what to do. Oh, I see. It's a pity that my grandfather doesn't know anything about forging. Otherwise, I could ask him to help. Shanghai Lena shook her head regretfully. I still need to gather the materials for my weapon and send it to a blacksmith. But those blacksmiths' levels aren't very high. I reckon they won't be of much use. Huang Xiaodao couldn't help with this kind of thing. The only thing she could do was to comfort Lin Yi and ask him not to be anxious. There's no other way. We can only take it one step at a time. Let my friend continue to explore. I hope it won't get worse before we find a solution. Lin Yi could only smile bitterly. After chatting for a while, the few of them dispersed. Shanghai Lena happened to receive a letter from Ning Xuefei. She immediately wrote down everything that had happened to Lin Yi during this period of time in detail. She even included Lin Yi's current worries in the letter. Chapter 4180. Finally receiving a reply from Shangguan Lena, Ning Xuefei naturally couldn't wait to share it with Han Jingjing. Looking at Lin Yi's recent situation, especially the strong performance of killing Su Zhaohe in one move, the two women sincerely felt happy for Lin Yi. Brother Lin Yi is really powerful. He is already at the early stage of gold core. We also have to work hard, otherwise we can't keep up with Brother Lin Yi's footsteps, Han Jingjing said with a look of admiration and determination. Well, it's not good to fall behind too much. Ning Xuefei nodded in agreement and said, Jingjing, you haven't used your foundation establishment pill yet. Take it quickly to upgrade. Yes, that's what I was thinking. We've hit a bottleneck with our automated crafting machine. I'm sure we'll be able to solve it once we get stronger. If we succeed, we'll be able to solve Big Bro Lin's problems. Han Jingjing said seriously. Yes, our automatic casting mechanism can perfectly solve this kind of fire control problem. It just happens to be of help to him. We have to work hard. Ning Xuefei cheered them on. Well, let's work hard together. Han Jingjing said nothing and immediately took the best foundation establishment pill and began to meditate to break through. Although she did not pursue strength, in order to help Lin Yi, she was willing to try anything. Ordinary days always passed in a flash. Recently, Lin Yi's life could be said to be uneventful. During this time, those forces against Lin Yi, his group of enemies, all coincidentally stopped. And Lin Yi was also happy to be idle. Although he still could not solve the problem of the casting not being able to take shape, he did not let this matter affect his normal cultivation. He was getting closer and closer to the peak of the early stage of gold core. As the days passed, the one-year period of welcoming Pavilion's newcomers was approaching. But a big event happened in the 3 pavilions of the North Island. Xu Lingchong, the young master of Soaring Sky Pavilion who disappeared a few months ago, actually came back. As soon as the news came out, everyone in the 3 pavilions was shocked. Many people were surprised and suspicious. Xu Lingchong's disappearance was confirmed by the Law Enforcement Hall. He absconded in fear of being punished for the attempted rape of Shanghai Lena. He had been wanted for a long time in the whole North Island, but there had been no news of him. It was not until some time ago that the Law Enforcement Hall suddenly withdrew the wanted order. Everyone thought that it was because they could not find the person, so they could only leave it be. Behind them, Xu Yuanjing, the 3rd elder of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, was also contributing. Cancel the wanted order to avoid being laughed at by others. Little did he know that even Xu Yuanjing himself was baffled by this matter. He thought that it was Shanghai Tianhua who had come forward to say hello. After all, this matter was related to Shanghai Lena, and it was not convenient for others to come forward to say anything. Moreover, apart from Shanghai Tianhua, Ram Jie never gave face to anyone else in the 3 pavilions. What no one expected was that as soon as the arrest warrant was lifted, young Master Xu, who had disappeared for several months, would suddenly appear again. It couldn't be someone with ulterior motives. Was it a smoke bomb deliberately released? This rumor was finally confirmed after Xu Lingchong appeared. This young Master Xu, who was once popular. Sure enough, he was back. What was even more shocking was that Shu Lingchong, who appeared again, was completely different from the previous image of a young master. Not only did his long hair flutter, but there was also a bit of inexplicable evil in his speech and behavior, which made people unconsciously feel strange. And the most shocking thing was that Shu Lingchong, who was only at the peak of foundation establishment before, now, only a few months later, he actually had the powerful strength of the middle stage of Gold Core. The shock brought by this news was even no less than the discovery that Lin Yi was an expert at the early stage of Gold Core. In just a few months, he not only succeeded in forming his core, but also rose 3 levels in a row. This was simply a fantasy. Countless people had the same question in their hearts. How on earth did he do it? It was true that there were strange talents every year, but there were especially many this year. If Shu Lingchong's sudden return brought shock to the 3 pavilions, then the happiest person was his grandfather, Shu Yuanjing. As the big boss of the Elders' Union, Shu Yuanjing could be said to be mentally and physically exhausted during this period of time. For so many years, Shu Lingchong, this grandson of his, had always been his sole heir. Apart from Shu Lingchong, there was no other young person in the Shu family who could take his place. Unlike ordinary families, the ancestors of the Shu family were all local big families on the North Island. They were deeply rooted and powerful. The heir not only needed bloodline, but also strong strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the situation, let alone be the head of the family. Looking at all the young people of the Shu family, there was only one person who met this condition, Shu Lingchong. Therefore, after Shu Lingchong's sudden disappearance, this big boss Shu Yuanjing was really anxious. The more powerful the family, the more importance it attached to the inheritance. Once something happened to the heir, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even with Shu Yuanjing, this big boss, suppressing from above, he still could not stop the turbulent undercurrent. During this period of time, the Shu family, including many of the collateral forces attached to the Shu family, had obviously begun to be restless. But now, with the sudden return of Shu Lingchong, especially with the amazing strength of the middle stage Gold Core realm, all these problems were solved. How could he improve his strength to such an amazing level in just a few months? This was a question that Shu Yuanjing would certainly ask, and the answer Shu Lingchong gave was that he had received guidance from a mysterious expert, so he could have such progress. Although Shu Yuanjing still had doubts in his heart, of course, the stronger his grandson was, the better. Since Shu Lingchong himself was unwilling to say more, he would not get to the bottom of it, but he was sincerely happy. However, if Shu Yuanjing knew that Shu Lingchong had castrated himself, he did not know if the third elder of Rising Sky Pavilion would still be able to laugh. Other than Shu Yuanjing, the one who was the happiest about Shu Lingchong's return was Kang Mingming, who used to be his follower. This was his biggest support before, and now he had returned with the domineering strength of the middle stage Gold Core realm. Moreover, because the arrest warrant was not settled, Shanghai Tianhua and Ram Jie did not say anything. The suspicion on Shu Lingchong's head had disappeared. Therefore, as soon as he returned, he once again occupied the position of the big brother in charge of Rising Sky Pavilion. This was definitely a thick thigh. Even the previously popular Lin Yi could not be compared to the current Shu Lingchong, so how could he not embrace him? When Kang Jiaoming heard the news, he immediately went to seek shelter. Although he was already an outer member of the guild center, it wasn't a bad thing to have someone to rely on. Zhong Pingliang, on the other hand, wanted to find out more about Shu Lingchong, so he went with him. Chapter 4181. Seeing that Shu Lingchong's temperament had changed greatly, the two of them were shocked and looked at each other. Shu Lingchong did not look surprised, but just glanced at the two of them lightly. "You're here. Where's the one called Sai Haixiao?" Shu Lingchong asked directly. Sai Haixiao? Kang Mingming could not help but wonder. "Young Master Shu, you also know shopkeeper Sai? But, he wasn't with us before, right?" "He wasn't before, but he is now. Go and call him over," Shu Lingchong instructed lightly. Kang Mingming did not dare to neglect and immediately went out to invite Sai Haixiao from the Central Chamber of Commerce. Along the way, Sai Haixiao could not help but be puzzled and nervous. Shu Lingchong suddenly called him over. What did this mean? Could it be that the secret alliance with Kang Mingming and the others and the matter of pulling them into the periphery of the Central Chamber of Commerce had been discovered by Shu Lingchong. He was dissatisfied with being poached by him, so he wanted to make an example out of him. Muttering in his heart, Sai Haixiao finally decided to come and take a look. Although Shu Lingchong had made a strong comeback, and most people had to take a detour, Sai Haixiao was not someone to be trifled with. In terms of strength, he was stronger than a middle-stage gold core. In terms of status, he was also the spokesperson of the North Island of the Central Chamber of Commerce. He was not afraid of Shu Lingchong in any aspect. In the future, whether Shu Lingchong was an enemy or a friend, and how he should face this young master of Soaring Sky Pavilion, he had to personally come and confirm. Unexpectedly, when he came to Soaring Sky Pavilion with such thoughts, Shu Lingchong's reaction was far beyond Sai Haixiao's expectations. "You are Sai Haixiao? Very good, follow me in the future." Shu Lingchong glanced at him and nodded lightly. "What?" Sai Haixiao was momentarily stunned, and his expression immediately turned ugly. This young master Shu must be fucking sick in the head. "I'm the manager of the Central Chamber of Commerce, and even someone like Southern Polar Light calls me an old friend. Why would I fight with you for no reason?" For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Kang Ming and the others looked at each other, not daring to make a sound. "Young Master Shu, it's true that you're the big senior brother in charge of the Soaring Pavilion, but I'm the manager of the North Island branch of the Central Chamber of Commerce. We belong to different branches, and we're not on the same path at all. Don't you think your words are too rude?" Sai Haixiao said in a low voice. "Hihi, is that so?" Shu Lingchong smiled indifferently and suddenly threw out a photo. It was a photo of him and the mysterious man in black, and a handwritten letter was thrown out together with it, which clearly stated that Shu Lingchong was appointed as the deputy manager of the North Island Center, and was fully responsible for the affairs of the North Island Center. The deputy manager of the North Island Center? How could this be? Upon seeing this, Sai Haixiao was shocked. This was much more powerful than the North Island Intelligence Group that he was secretly in charge of. However, Shu Lingchong's strength was obviously not as high as his. "ChMPH. I have a backer in the center. I am the direct disciple of Master Pao. That is an existence that even the mysterious man in black has to revere. Do you understand now?" Shu Lingchong saw through the other party's doubts. He said proudly, "Ah, Master Pao." Sai Haixiao was shocked and confused, but he could not refute. He could only lower his head and carefully read the appointment letter in his hand. There was a unique symbol of the center on it. This could not be faked at all. Moreover, he was in charge of intelligence, so it was impossible to get away with it in front of his eyes. In fact, when he saw the photo for the first time, he already believed Shu Lingchong. Although the mysterious man in black still did not show his face, his figure and temperament could not be disguised by others. Moreover, Shu Lingchong suddenly disappeared and returned. Within a few months, he suddenly became an expert at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. This matter was full of strangeness. According to common sense, it could not be explained at all. However, if he joined the center, then it could be understood. "Yes, Master." Sai Haixiao had no choice but to lower his head and say to Shu Lingchong helplessly. At the same time, he glanced at Kang Ming. It seemed that this guy was going to be rich in the future. He had found a powerful backer. "That's great. I didn't expect Master Shu to be one of the top figures in our center. Congratulations, Master Shu." Kang Ming saw the situation and quickly flattered him. Zhong Pingliang followed along, but he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The young master of the Soaring Pavilion had become one of the top figures in the center. Shu Lingchong was like a hen turning into a duck in the blink of an eye. Moreover, why did the Master Pao that he mentioned sound a little weird? At this time, Shu Lingchong turned his head. His gaze went past Sai Haixiao and landed on Murongzhen, who came with him today. This shocked Murongzhen. "Greetings, Master Shu. I offended Miss Shangguan last time. I apologize to Master Shu here. I hope that Master Shu will forgive me and let me go," Murongzhen quickly said carefully. "Shangguan Lena?" Shu Lingchong waved his hand indifferently and said faintly, "It's just a woman." It doesn't matter. Since you've joined the center, you're one of us. Let's forget about what happened in the past. If it was before his disappearance, he wouldn't have caused trouble for Murongzhen in order to get on Shangguan Lena's good side. But now that he had castrated himself, Shangguan Lena naturally didn't matter anymore. Thank you, Master Shu. Murongzhen was overjoyed. She thought that it would be a tragedy for her to run into Shu Lingchong's gun. One had to know that other than Shangguan Lena, he was also one of her targets for revenge. She didn't expect Shu Lingchong to be so magnanimous and just let it go. In the past, she was angry with him because of hatred. But now, Master Shu was not only powerful and had a noble status, but he also had an indescribable temperament of a powerhouse. Although he was a little feminine, he was still the best among men. Murongzhen could not help but feel a ripple in her heart. This young Master Shu was so generous to her. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to her beauty? If she could hook up with him, then her future would be much better than following an old pervert like Sai Haixiao. Master Shu, if you don't mind, would you like me to massage your shoulders? I've practiced it before. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Murongzhen's eyes were like silk and her body was enchanting. She twisted her waist and walked toward Shu Lingchong. No need. You don't have to waste your time. I'm not interested in you. Shu Lingchong saw through her mind and rejected her coldly. Yes. Murongzhen's face turned red as she stopped walking. Kang Jiaoming and the others were all sneering at her, especially Kang Sai Haixiao who was glaring at her. This shameless bitch. Chapter 4182. By the way, how is that Meng Tong now? Shu Lingchong suddenly asked. Apart from Meng Jueguang who had died long ago, among the forces he cultivated in the Welcome Pavilion, only Meng Tong was not present. 3W has changed a lot during this time. His temperament has changed a lot. It's like he's a completely different person. He usually secludes himself in the cave and rarely comes out. Kang Mingming answered. Well, what about Lin Yi? When I just came back, I heard that you guys were defeated again and again. Shu Lingchong changed the topic. He had heard about Lin Yi's strong return and instantly killing Su Zhaohe. He asked this to confirm it. Yes. Everyone looked at each other and nodded submissively. They really didn't know what to do with Lin Yi right now. You bunch of useless trash. Shu Lingchong scolded coldly, and then said with a look of disdain, forget it, let's wait for me to do it myself. Wahahaha, with Master Pao's teachings, no matter how that Lin Yi jumps around, he's just a grasshopper after autumn. He's not far from death. Young Master Shu is mighty. Kang Mingming quickly took the lead to flatter him. Young Master Shu, may I ask who that Master Pao is? Sai Haixiao asked carefully. He was the highest level among these people, and he specialized in intelligence. However, even he had never heard of such a powerful person like Master Pao in the center. Is this something that a servant like you can ask? Shu Lingchong glanced at him with dissatisfaction, but when he saw everyone's curiosity, he could not help but praise. In short, Master Pao is very powerful. He's one of the top figures in our center. I have already cultivated Master Pao's unique divine skill, the Chrysanthemum Treasure Book. Chrysanthemum Treasure Book? Everyone's expression suddenly changed. It was rumored that this was a peerless ancient divine skill. Even the Heaven Stage Island had been extinct for many years. It was said that there was only one sect in the secular world. Until now, there was still an inheritance. Shu Lingchong had actually cultivated such a peerless divine skill, but thinking about it carefully, the Central Chamber of Commerce could trade with the secular world, so it wasn't impossible for them to obtain such an unparalleled divine art from the secular world. Pinliang's face was filled with shock as well, but his focus was completely different from the others. Master Pao? Chrysanthemum Treasure Book? Holy shit. This great Pao wouldn't be Zhong Nai Pao, would it? Fuck, this kid better not betray us. I was pretending to join the center, but this Zhong Nai Pao kid. He seemed to be doing quite well in the center. No, this is important information. I have to think of a way to inform Boss Lin Yi. Master Shu, congratulations on your amazing martial art. From now on, Master Shu will definitely be the best among the younger generation of the 3 pavilions. Kang Ming quickly flattered, but he was just as surprised as Pinliang was. After all, he knew Zhong Naipao Master Pao and the Chrysanthemum Art were 2 distinct labels, and any normal person wouldn't be able to help but think about it. Of course, doubts were just doubts. Before actually meeting this Master Pao, everything was just a guess, so he could only temporarily suppress it in his heart. Otherwise, he would really have to say it out in front of everyone. If he guessed correctly, it would be fine, but if he guessed incorrectly, not only would he make a fool out of himself, but he would also anger Master Pao. That wouldn't be worth it. Dominating the 3 pavilions is only the first step, the path I'm going to take in the future. There's still a long way to go. Shu Lingchong smiled proudly. After joining the center, his vision was completely different from before. Originally, young Master Shu had wholeheartedly wanted to take over Shu Yuanjing's position and become Shangguan Tianhua's son-in-law, allowing the Shu family to rise to the next level. But now, this was already child's play to Shu Lingchong. His ambition was far greater than this. With the support of the center, he had power and influence. As long as he advanced step by step, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to achieve great things. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, everyone, including Sai Haixiao, fought to be the first to flatter Shu Lingchong. They flattered him until he was overjoyed, and only then did they disperse. Right, Zhao Ming, Pinliang, accompany me to Welcome Pavilion. I want to see that brat Meng Tong. Shu Lingchong stopped the 2 of them. He paused for a while and suddenly sneered, I can also go and take a look at Lin Yi. Isn't this guy in the limelight now? I want to see how much he has grown. When he spoke of Lin Yi, Shu Lingchong's originally feminine bearing suddenly became even more sinister, and he was like a venomous snake spitting out its scarlet-red tongue, causing the hairs of everyone present to unconsciously stand on end. Although joining the center was a blessing in disguise for Shu Lingchong, he didn't forget that day when he was wiped off by little curly bear Ka. Almost every time he closed his eyes, he would think of that day, and it was like a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of. And the main culprit that caused all this was Lin Yi, who meddled in other people's business. After that, he was accidentally brought into the center by the mysterious man in black. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Lin Yi, but the way to thank him was naturally to find an opportunity to make him pay with his blood. Yes. Kang Ming and Zhong Pinliang looked at each other and answered excitedly. Kang Zhaoming led the way in high spirits. He'd been suppressed by Lin Yi for so long, and he'd been given the cold shoulder by the head of the welcoming pavilion, Hu Yunfeng. He was a new deacon who'd lost his backer, and he wasn't what he used to be. Many newcomers didn't take him seriously anymore. But now, with Shu Lingchong's strong return, he could finally use Shu Lingchong's power to intimidate him again, and he could act cool in the welcome pavilion again. Zhong Pinliang, on the other hand, was pretending to be excited. The only thing on his mind right now was to find an opportunity to leak the information to boss Lin Yi. Zhong Naipao's matter was very important. The 3 of them immediately went to the welcome pavilion. Hu Yunfeng, who was one of House Shu's people, received the news and quickly came out to welcome them. However, when the group arrived at the Blue Cloud Pavilion's newcomers' cave, they didn't see Lin Yi. According to the reports from the other newcomers in the Blue Cloud Pavilion, Lin Yi had just been called away by Shanghai Lena not long ago. He left with Shangguan Lena? Shu Lingchong's face changed when he heard that, but quickly returned to normal. He didn't have any love for Shangguan Lena anymore, just like how he treated Lin Yi. All he had left was anger and bone-deep hatred. Chapter 4183. Forget it. If that's the case, then I'll go check on Meng Tong. Either of you go and keep an eye on him. When you find Lin Yi, or when he comes back, report to me. Shu Lingchong paused and said coldly, also, you 2 go take a good look at him and see if he and Lena are together or not. This together wasn't referring to Lin Yi and Lena fooling around together, but to see if the 2 were in cahoots. This would affect how he would deal with Lin Yi. After all, if they really were together, he would have to worry about Shanghai Tianhua. That. Kang Ming and Zhong Pinliang looked at each other, obviously unwilling. Today, they came back with Master Shu, and this was a chance to show off. Who wouldn't want to show off by Shu Lingchong's side? If they were sent to keep an eye on him, then they wouldn't be able to show off anymore. Especially Kang Ming, he was waiting for this chance to regroup and show off his power as a new deacon. How could he be sent out like this? Being stared at by Shu Lingchong like this, Kang Ming was anxious. He quickly looked at Zhong Pingliang and pretended to cough. Master Shu, then why don't I go? Pinliang said, understanding what Lin Yi was implying. The reluctance on his face was an act, of course. He was waiting for this chance to send a message to Lin Yi's boss, but he couldn't appear too enthusiastic. Okay, you go. Shu Lingchong nodded indifferently. Kang Ming was secretly happy and gave Zhong Pingliang a thumbs up. He was very satisfied with Zhong Pingliang's initiative. Although his position was slightly threatened when Shu Lingchong went missing, now that Master Shu was back, his position naturally rose again. In terms of relationship with Shu Lingchong, he was much closer than Zhong Pingliang. But it was rare for Zhong Pingliang to be so tactful. It seemed like he could help him in the future. He could be the scapegoat at the crucial moment. Pinliang turned around and left, chuckling at the same time. Kang Ming was still counting the money after being sold. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have gotten the chance to tip off boss Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi was not in the cave residence, he knew Lin Yi very well. Since he was called out by Shanghai Lena, he most likely went to the Grove, which was the place they often played. He sent Pinliang out to keep a lookout. Kang Ming, on the other hand, continued to follow Shu Lingchong. They arrived at the entrance of Meng Tong's cave residence and touched the cave residence's restriction. Young Master Shu, you're back? Meng Tong opened the door of the cave abode and saw a group of people waiting in front of him. Especially Shu Lingchong, who was the leader, he was immediately shocked. During this period of time, he had been cultivating in seclusion and rarely came out. Everyone outside knew about this rumor. Everyone knew that he had never heard of it. He didn't care about the other Kang Ming's group, but when he suddenly saw his long-lost backer, it would be strange if he wasn't surprised. Shu Lingchong looked at Meng Tong, who seemed to be a different person. His eyes couldn't help but light up, and he was a little surprised. The previous Meng Tong was a complete idiot cannon fodder, but the current Meng Tong. Not only was his strength different from before, but more importantly, his entire image and temperament had become unfathomable. A head of white hair fluttering in the wind. He had a different kind of charm. Shu Lingchong's heart moved slightly, and he waved his hand to the people behind him, ordering, Zhao Ming, you guard outside, I'll go in and have a good chat with Meng Tong. After saying that, Shu Lingchong took the initiative to pull Meng Tong into the cave abode, and the two of them walked into the cave abode, closing the door and restriction. No one knew what they were going to do in there, leaving only Kang Ming, Hu Yunfeng, and the rest, looking at each other at the door. At this moment, in the small forest, Lin Yi was sitting together and chatting with Shangguan Lena, while Huang Xiaodao was at the side, playing with the little curly bear. Hehe, Little White seems to like playing with Xiaodao recently. Lin Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Although this little guy wasn't very shy, other than Shangguan Lena and himself, it rarely took the initiative to get close to others. He didn't expect it to hit it off so well with Huang Xiaodao. It's trying so hard to please senior sister Xiaodao, but it actually has an ulterior motive. Shangguan Lena giggled. Why do you say that? Lin Yi asked curiously. Little White played with senior sister Xiaotao's spirit bird for an afternoon last time, and in the end, he fell in love with the feeling of flying on the bird. He couldn't stop at all, and I had to coax him for a long time before he went to sleep. Shangguan Lena pouted. Oh. Little White is preparing to become a flying knight, and his ambition is great. Lin Yi laughed. It's not a bad thing. At least it's much better than dragging the big scissors around to scare people every day. Since the birthday banquet, when it carelessly killed Shu Lingchong, the little curly bear inexplicably fell in love with the big scissors, and it simply couldn't put it down even when it was eating or sleeping. It really gave everyone a headache for a while, but now the little guy's interest had finally shifted. Hehe, that's true. Shangguan Lena stuck out her tongue, and suddenly her expression changed. Speaking of this, little junior brother, have you heard that Shu Lingchong is back? Yes, I've already heard about this. They said that this young Master Shu has changed a lot. He's now a master in the middle phase of the Golden Elixir realm. He's really awesome. Lin Yi nodded as usual. I don't know what Ram Jie is thinking. He actually cancelled his wanted order, and after offending me, he actually let him come back to show off. It's really infuriating. Shangguan Lena said angrily. Cancelling the wanted order, this is Ram Jie's own decision? Isn't it Xu Yuanjing, or other higher-ups who are pressuring him? Lin Yi's heart moved. The rumors in the streets were all Xu Yuanjing's work, but if it was Ram Jie's initiative, then the meaning revealed in this was a bit thought-provoking. I don't know about this, but the Silent Gourd is the law enforcement hall master. If he didn't agree, no matter what other people do, there is definitely no way to cancel the wanted order, this is certain. Although Shangguan Lena never cared about these things, but she was influenced by what she saw and heard, she was also clear about the knack of this. Is it really Ram Jie's initiative to nod? Lin Yi thoughtfully pinched his chin. He had also dealt with Ram Jie before. According to his understanding, this person was extremely arrogant and confident. If he was not willing, even God would not be able to make him bow down. Who knows? The most important problem now is that Xu Lingchong, that guy, came back aggressively this time. He definitely has bad intentions towards you, little junior brother. Shangguan Lena said with a worried face. Chapter 4184. Although Xu Lingchong's sudden return had indeed surprised him, but now things were different. With his current strength, this young Master Xu could no longer pose a fatal threat to him. But, Su Zhaohe is only at the early stage of Gold Core, and Xu Lingchong is a middle-stage Gold Core Master. Shanghai Lena couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Although he was only at the early stage of Gold Core, he was the strongest Gold Core Master who had a perfect breakthrough. Even if he was facing a middle-stage Gold Core Master, it was not a problem. Even if he couldn't kill him in one move, suppressing the opponent was not a problem. He had this confidence. Then, little junior brother, you have to be careful. I have seen Xu Lingchong from afar before, and I feel that this guy is indeed different from before. From afar, he has an indescribable evil aura, and I always feel that he is neither yin nor yang. Moreover, he has been back for so many days, but he hasn't come to harass me. Shanghai Lena blinked her big eyes and said. If it was the previous Xu Lingchong, no matter what, he would come to pester her every 2 to 3 days. Now that he was ignoring her like this, it was as if the sun rose from the west. You can't blame Xu Lingchong for this matter. The source is Little White. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Xu Lingchong had been killed. If he could be masculine, then he would really see a ghost. As the two were talking, Zhong Pingliang rushed in from the forest path far away, winking at Lin Yi from afar. Lin Yi saw it and knew that something had happened. He told Shanghai Lena and quickly walked over. Boss Lin Yi, this is bad. Zhong Pingliang said in shock. What's wrong? Lin Yi looked at him in surprise. Xu Lingchong is back. He has become a middle-stage Gold Core Master. He is unprecedentedly strong, and his entire temperament has changed. Zhong Pingliang reported. Yes. I already know this. Little senior sister also told me just now. Lin Yi nodded, still calm as usual. No, it's like this. I just heard it from his own mouth. He's now the vice manager of the North Island, and he's practicing the chrysanthemum art. The one who taught him this art is a high-ranking member of the North Island, Master Pao. Pinliang told Lin Yi everything he'd heard and seen. What? Chrysanthemum treasure book? Master Pao? After listening, Lin Yi's expression became a little strange. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Pinliang knew that he was thinking the same thing. Boss Lin Yi, this Master Pao you're talking about isn't that Pao kid, is it? Well, it's hard to say. Lin Yi frowned. You know Nai Pao the best. Are you sure it's him? I guess so. Pinliang nodded heavily and gritted his teeth, but this kid better not betray us. Fuck, if he dares to, I'll kill him myself. Yes, we can't verify this for now. Let's wait and see. Just keep an eye on Xu Lingchong, Lin Yi thought about it. Suddenly hearing this news, he felt that things seemed to have become a little complicated. This mysterious and unpredictable center. What kind of god was it? Why did the Middle Island and the North Island have them, and they were all so powerful. Back in the common world, Lin Yi had heard of the center's name. Jian Wen seemed to be with them. Elder Shen Chen also worked with the center, but there were only a few biohumans at that time. They didn't pay too much attention to it. How did they come to Sky Island now? How did the center become so powerful? Were the center of the common world and the center of Sky Island the same people, or was it just a coincidence of names and they had nothing to do with each other? If the two centers were the same, then they would be able to extend their tentacles into the secular world and Heaven Stage Island at the same time. Then this mysterious central force would truly be a bit shocking. Alright, I'll listen to you, boss. Right, Shu Lingchong is at the Welcome Pavilion now. He wanted to see you, but you weren't there, so he sent me out to keep watch. What do you plan to do, boss? Do you want to go back and meet him, or just ignore him? I'll just say that I didn't find you, Pinliang said. No need, I'll go back and meet him. Lin Yi smiled faintly. To be honest, I'm a little curious about what this Master Shu has become. After saying that, Lin Yi turned to say goodbye to Shangguan Lana and Huang Xiaodao, and immediately followed Zhong Pingliang back to the welcoming pavilion. The door to the welcome pavilion opened again, and Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong walked out with smiles on their faces, one on the left and the other on the right, walking side by side. This is my partner from now on, you guys have to call him Meng Bro. Shu Lingchong instructed Kang Ming and the others. Ah! Kang Ming was stunned, and Pinliang came back at that moment. He couldn't help but grin when he saw the scene. No matter how he looked at the relationship between these two, something didn't seem right. It was a little weird, wasn't it? Speaking of which, when did Master Shu become so courteous? Although Meng Tong had become more unfathomable than before, he couldn't be compared to Sai Haixiao in terms of strength or status. Master Shu didn't even care about Sai Haixiao before, so why was he so nice to Meng Tong? And he even called him Meng Bro? Meng Tong was just a small cannon fodder in the past. When did his status become so high that he could step on their heads? How is it? Where's Lin Yi? Shu Lingchong stood side by side with Meng Tong, ignoring everyone's weird expressions as he turned to Pinliang and asked. I saw him walking this way just now, he should be back. Pinliang nodded. Okay, let's go take a look. Shu Lingchong's lips curled into a cold smile as he immediately led everyone towards Lin Yi's cave. At the entrance of the cave, Shu Lingchong and the others just happened to meet Lin Yi, who came back specially. Looking at Lin Yi, who seemed to have been reborn, Shu Lingchong's cold and vicious eyes couldn't help but focus slightly. Lin Yi looked him up and down, also a little surprised. With a body full of evil aura, Shu Lingchong's current temperament was neither yin nor yang, but it was especially compatible with Meng Tong, who was standing beside him with the same temperament. Both sides met, and before they spoke, Shu Lingchong's cold aura suddenly became ferocious and violent. The powerful aura of a middle-stage golden core master poured out without holding back, like a sudden eruption of a mountain torrent, pressing down on Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi's side also didn't want to be outdone, his aura also increased greatly. Although he was only at the early stage of golden core, 2 levels lower than Shu Lingchong, but facing Shu Lingchong's overbearing pressure, he didn't move and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 4185. As for the other newcomers present, with their mere foundation establishment stage strength, standing here was simply like a small boat in a monstrous wave, swaying unsteadily, with the possibility of capsizing at any time. This was still Shu Lingchong and Lin Yi, both focusing their attention on each other. Otherwise, if they were to switch targets, these ordinary newcomers would probably be directly crushed by the imposing manner. People only need to look at you once, and you will fall to the ground by yourself. They were all newcomers, but this was the difference between them and Lin Yi. Both sides confronted each other, and for a moment, the entire welcoming pavilion seemed to have the momentum of a coming storm. Perhaps the weather was just a coincidence, but at this moment, everyone's heart already felt a heavy pressure, especially to the surrounding ordinary newcomers. It was like the déjà vu of mortals suffering in a battle between immortals. However, although the imposing manner of both sides confronted each other tensely, regardless of whether it was Shu Lingchong or Lin Yi, neither of them had the intention to make a move. Lin Yi needn't be mentioned, and although Shu Lingchong wanted to kill Lin Yi, he couldn't attack Lin Yi without a reason, or else he would be arrested by the law enforcement hall and punished in public. Lin Yi, this young master heard that you seem to be very arrogant recently. Shu Lingchong suddenly curled his lips and smiled coldly. Hehe, Senior Shu, you flatter me. I'm just living my life, but I can't stand some people who don't have eyes. They always send themselves to be abused, so I can only reluctantly do it, Lin Yi replied indifferently. Very good, since you are already a golden core initial stage expert, it is rare for a newcomer to have such a performance, it is worthy of praise. Shu Lingchong didn't seem to hear the mockery in Lin Yi's words, and instead suggested, this young master can make the decision to make an exception and recruit you as an official disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. Are you willing? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people immediately went into an uproar. The Soaring Sky Pavilion was the most powerful among the 3 pavilions, this was without a doubt, and regardless of resources or status, it was a lot higher than the other 2 pavilions. Under normal circumstances, any Profound Secrets Pavilion or Clear Cloud Pavilion disciple who had the chance to join the Soaring Sky Pavilion was a dream come true. Shu Lingchong, as the eldest senior brother in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion and the grandson of the 3rd elder of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, Shu Yuanjing, did indeed have such authority in his hands. As long as there was a suitable reason, it was not too difficult for him to get someone to join the Soaring Sky Pavilion. I'm not willing. Lin Yi's answer was concise and clear, causing the surrounding people to be taken aback. Huh! Shu Lingchong was immediately stunned. The reason why he suddenly made this suggestion was because actually, his ultimate goal was to teach Lin Yi a lesson. After all, with his current identity, he was one of the representatives of Soaring Sky Pavilion. It was simply inconvenient for him to make a move against Lin Yi. Moreover, if he wanted to challenge Lin Yi like Su Zhaohe before, he would not have an official reason to do so. After all, he could not make the matter of his self-castration public. However, if he could get Lin Yi into the Soaring Sky Pavilion, then as the eldest senior brother in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, it would be a piece of cake for him. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for him to pinch and flatten, and Lin Yi wouldn't be able to escape from his palms. However, he did not expect that. Lin Yi rejected it without hesitation. Could it be that this guy had seen through his intentions? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you reject it now, this road will be blocked by you. Don't even think about entering the Soaring Sky Pavilion in the future. Have you thought it through? Shu Lingchong was still unwilling to give up. I'll just stay here. It's pretty good. Senior brother Shu, you don't have to worry about me. Lin Yi was stubborn. He looked Shu Lingchong up and down and then said with a playful expression, Senior brother Shu, it's great to see that you're fine. However, hey, Lin Yi's laughter was baffling to the bystanders, but Shu Lingchong was well aware of it. Motherfucker, this kid was laughing at him for losing his family jewels. What are you laughing at? Shu Lingchong was instantly pissed off by his laughter. He said furiously, if you laugh again, believe it or not, this young master will kill you right now. Hehe, you control the heavens and the earth, and you still care whether I laugh or not. The authority of the Soaring Sky Pavilion's eldest senior brother in charge isn't so exaggerated, right? Lin Yi looked at him mischievously. Lin Yi, you have guts. You better be careful. Don't let this young master get hold of you. Shu Lingchong was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. However, he could not make a move against Lin Yi. He could only turn around and leave with a gloomy face. He really did not expect that Lin Yi, this fellow, was actually not afraid in the slightest when facing the current him. Looks like this kid is not as easy to deal with as I imagined. I have to plan properly in the future. Lin Yi and Shangguan Lena, these two must pay the price. As he looked at Shu Lingchong's disappearing figure, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth slightly curled. He has come with ill intentions. Since this fellow has returned, then he will surely look for trouble with me. I really have to be careful in the future. In the following period of time, Lin Yi rarely went out, and he cultivated behind closed doors within his own abode every day. Originally, he had already faintly touched the barrier of the peak of the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, and he originally thought that he would be able to break through in one go. However, he didn't know why he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. He was obviously only left with the last small step, yet he was unable to cross it all along, and he didn't know where the problem was. Besides this, another matter caused Lin Yi to be rather surprised. Shu Lingchong actually didn't come looking for trouble with him. During this period of time, Shu Lingchong continuously attended various occasions, and he once again became the big senior brother in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, and his power and status gradually stabilized. However, the only thing he didn't go looking for trouble with Lin Yi. What was even more strange was that no matter where Shu Lingchong went, he always brought Meng Tong with him, and the two of them were actually inseparable like glue. It even caused Kang Ming to feel jealous in his heart. He had always considered himself to be Shu Lingchong's #1 underling. Now, the trust and importance that Meng Tong obtained were obviously far above Kang Ming, and what made him even more unhappy and bewildered was that Shu Lingchong still insisted that they must call Meng Tong as Brother Meng. To treat Meng Tong, they must be at his beck and call with the utmost respect, just like how they treated him, young Master Shu. Damn it, this is simply acknowledging an ancestor. What bewitching soup did this fellow Meng Tong feed to young Master Shu, to actually be so good to him? This is too good. Moreover, the relationship between the two of them that was inseparable like glue, in the eyes of Kang Ming, it was not at all like ordinary friends, or as simple as a superior and subordinate. The feeling it gave others was more like a pair of intimate lovers. Lovers. As soon as this strange thought emerged, it gave Kang Ming a fright, and the more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. However, he didn't dare to ask much, and could only continue to serve Shu Lingchong with a shudder. Kang Jiaoming wasn't the only one who had this suspicion. Everyone else who was close to Shu Lingchong had the same question. Two grown men suddenly becoming so close to each other. This relationship was clearly beyond friendship. It was hard not to be suspicious. Chapter 4186. However, like Kang Ming, they could only keep their doubts in their hearts and did not dare to speak them out. They did not even dare to talk about it in private. If Shu Lingchong knew about it, it would not be a joke. In this strange peace, the days passed day by day. The King of Rags was persistent, but there was no sign of it taking shape. Fortunately, under his persistence, the situation in the casting pool did not deteriorate further. It was just in a stalemate at the final juncture, which could be regarded as a blessing in misfortune. Not only that, but Lin Yi was also at a bottleneck. He could only watch helplessly as the peak of the early phase of Golden Core was right in front of him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the last layer of paper. It was really frustrating. Since it was a perfect breakthrough, and since he was the strongest master in the Gold Core stage, Lin Yi thought that this kind of breakthrough in the early stage of Gold Core should be a natural thing. He never thought that he would be stuck at this step. If other masters in the Gold Core stage knew about this, they would really cry. It had only been a few months since Lin Yi had formed his Gold Core, but he wanted to go to the next level without the assistance of any elixirs. How could these Golden Core stage experts, who had been unable to advance even an inch for dozens or hundreds of years, and who had no effect even after taking top-grade medicinal pills, how could they endure this? Since he could not break through, according to his past experience, Lin Yi knew that it was useless to rely on closed-door training at this time. He had to wait for a suitable opportunity, so he simply relaxed his mind and did not insist on breaking through in a short time. Bored, Lin Yi took advantage of his leisure time to refine some elixirs. He asked Hong Zhong to use the channel of the Hong Chamber of Commerce to send the elixirs to the Tiandan Pavilion in Zhongdao. This was something he had planned long ago, which could help to relieve a lot of pressure on Tian Chan. Although Tian Chan was also a master in the early stage of Gold Core, she did not have the magical pesticide cauldron like Lin Yi. She could only guarantee the quality of 4th-grade pills. As for refining 5th-grade pills, it was still very difficult for her at this stage. While sending the pills, Lin Yi also specially wrote a letter to the Will of Heaven, asking him about the bottleneck. Although the Will of Heaven did not have a perfect breakthrough, he was still a senior who cultivated in the creation battle art. His experience should be of great reference value. Soon, Lin Yi received a reply from the Will of Heaven. In the letter, the Will of Heaven said that although Lin Yi had a perfect breakthrough, he had just advanced to the Golden Core stage. It was the stage where he had accumulated a lot of experience. As long as he successfully broke through the first stage of the early stage of Golden Core, everything would be smooth from now on. At this stage, the key was to stabilize one's realm and accumulate one's foundation. This was a matter that could affect the entire Gold Core stage in the future, so he must not take it lightly. Therefore, it was not strange at all to encounter a bottleneck at this time, and it was definitely not a bad thing. Of course, this did not mean that he could not make progress from now on. Everything had to be done in moderation. Once he was stuck in the bottleneck for too long, it would not be a good thing. What Lin Yi needed to do now? Even if he did not insist on a quick breakthrough in a short period of time, he must also make the corresponding preparations and wait for the opportunity to break through. As for how to prepare, the suggestion given by the will of heaven coincided with what Lin Yi himself thought. It was the most stupid and unwise choice to blindly cultivate in seclusion. If he wanted to seize the opportunity to break through, there were only two ways. Either by fighting with others and constantly consolidating the realm in actual combat, or by taking natural treasures and external stimuli to enhance the foundation. It was just that Lin Yi didn't have any of these two methods at the moment. He had lost his Golden Core a long time ago, and his days were peaceful. The only strong enemy he had was Shu Lingchong, but he didn't know why he didn't make a move. As for the people around him, they were too weak. He didn't even have a chance to find someone to practice with. At present, the only thing Lin Yi could count on was the trial of the 3 pavilions. Although there were no challenges within the Welcome Pavilion, if one looked at the entire 3 pavilions, there were many experts, and there were many whose strength was above Lin Yi's. In the blink of an eye, the 1-year period of the Welcome Pavilion had arrived. The newcomers of the 3 pavilions gathered in the lobby, each with a nervous heart, waiting for the final critical test that would determine their fate. Whether they could successfully join the 3 pavilions or not, it all depended on today. The newcomer competition was the most important event of the Welcome Pavilion. The 3 pavilions had sent their elders to watch the ceremony, and as the pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion, Hu Yunfeng, presided over the newcomer competition on the stage. It has been a whole year since everyone joined the Welcome Pavilion. I, the pavilion master, would like to congratulate all the newcomers for finally having the opportunity to officially join the 3 pavilions and become an official outer sect disciple. Hu Yunfeng opened the ceremony with a smile. All of the newcomers immediately revealed expressions of excitement. They had worked hard for a year just for this day. Once they left their status as newcomers and became official outer sect disciples, their status and treatment would increase greatly. This was something they had dreamed of. However, Hu Yunfeng's next words caused some people's expressions to darken. You're right. You're right. But unfortunately, this opportunity is only given to the newcomers who have already reached the foundation establishment stage. As for those newcomers who haven't even reached the foundation establishment stage, I can tell you frankly that you won't even have the opportunity to participate in the newcomer competition. In the future, mine well in Jade Spirit Hall, cultivate well, and maybe there will be a day where you can make a comeback. But unfortunately, there is no chance today. Hu Yunfeng's gaze fell on the newcomers who hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage yet. Due to the support of Zhongdao Alchemy Hall this year, the cultivation resources provided to the newcomers were far more abundant than in previous years. The success rate of newcomers reaching the foundation establishment stage was as high as 80% or even 90%. But there were still some who couldn't be helped, such as Cha Wu of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Listening to Hu Yunfeng's sentence, Cha Wu's face suddenly turned ashen. Being sent to Jade Spirit Hall to mine was the most tragic ending. Although there were indeed precedents of a counterattack, it was absolutely rare. Ordinary people couldn't be counted on at all. This time, there was really no future at all. Cha Wu helplessly looked at Qiao Hongcai and the others. He thought that he wasn't much worse than Qiao Hongcai in the past. Why was the situation now so different? He didn't know that Qiao Hongcai's cultivation talent was far above his. Just in terms of conduct alone, she had already left him far behind. Qiao Hongcai could follow Lin Yi with all her heart. Even if she went against everyone, she would never leave or abandon him. But Cha Wu, he was a grass on top of the wall. He only knew to lean towards both sides. Who could blame him for falling into this situation today? Chapter 4187. As for the newcomers who have successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, although you are qualified to participate in the newcomer competition, don't be too happy. Hu Yunfeng continued in a clear voice. According to the usual rules every year, each of the 3 pavilions will only accept 5 newcomers. Therefore, you must compete with each other. Only in the upcoming newcomer competition and get into the top 5 can you truly become an official disciple of the 3 pavilions. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd of newcomers suddenly burst into an uproar. This year, there were very few people like Cha Wu who had not reached the foundation establishment stage, but Hu Yunfeng's words involved the vital interests of most of them. Looking at the 3 pavilions, each pavilion had at least 12 newcomers who had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. However, there were only 5 places for official disciples in the outer sect. One could imagine how fierce the competition would be. Among the crowd, those who were strong enough to compete for the top 5 were certainly worthy of celebration, but what if they failed? They couldn't follow Cha Wu and the other trash to Spirit Jade Hall to mine, right? That would be too much of a scam. Fortunately, Hu Yunfeng quickly answered their doubts. The newcomers who did not get into the top 5 can continue to stay in the Welcome Pavilion and take on some duties, waiting for the opportunity to be promoted in the future. The duties in the Welcome Pavilion that Hu Yunfeng mentioned referred to the position of Senior Steward. If one could become a Senior Steward, although it would not be as direct as becoming an official disciple in the outer sect, it would still be considered a good future. However, the position of a Senior Steward depended on luck, and there would not be a vacancy all the time. Most of the people who stayed here generally took on the role of an ordinary steward, similar to Kang Mingming's current newcomer steward, or even worse than Kang Mingming. They could only help Hu Yunfeng and the others, and did not have much power to speak of. After hearing this, the newcomers were relieved. As long as they were not sent to the mining area, it was still acceptable. At least they wouldn't be too miserable. Well, what should be said has been said. Next, let's get down to business. The newcomer competition will begin immediately. Hu Yunfeng immediately announced, the rule of this newcomer competition is that there are no rules. The elders of the 3 pavilions will be the judges, and all the newcomers will directly draw lots to compete until the top 5 are decided. As soon as the voice fell, Hu Yunfeng immediately signaled the senior steward of the 3 pavilions. He arranged for all the disciples to draw lots. As it concerned their future, the rookies were in high spirits. One by one, they went to their steward senior brothers to draw lots. However, when it was Lin Yi's turn, Hu Yunfeng suddenly spoke from the stage. Lin Yi, you are now an early stage gold core expert. According to the rules, you can skip the outer sect official disciple and directly become an inner sect core disciple of the 3 pavilions. You don't have to participate, Hu Yunfeng said lightly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. However, when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. For a freak like Lin Yi, it was impossible for Lin Yi to defeat him. The other rookies did not even have the courage to face him, much less attack him. What was the point of him participating in the rookie tournament? However, to be able to become an official outer disciple, directly becoming an inner sect core disciple, this kind of treatment made everyone envious. More than 90% of the outer sect disciples of the 3 great pavilions. For the rest of his life, he could only bitterly stop here. The inner sect was something that he could only look at but not reach. This was something that couldn't be helped. To become an inner sect core disciple, the minimum condition was to successfully form one's core. This was enough to keep most people out. May I ask Pavilion Master Hu, does this mean that I have nothing to do with this rookie tournament? Lin Yi asked. That's right. However, the inner sect core disciples of the 3 great pavilions also have an end-of-year examination. Moreover, it will start in 2 days. Although you don't have to participate in the rookie tournament, you have to participate in the end-of-year inner sect disciple competition. This is a special exception made for you by the elders. Hu Yunfeng said lightly with a hint of playfulness on his face. This arrangement was actually Shu Lingchong's doing. It was personally proposed by his grandfather, Shu Yuanjing, in the elders' meeting to embarrass Lin Yi. To be able to become an inner sect core disciple of the three great pavilions, every one of them was an elite among the elites. Although Lin Yi was awe-inspiring outside, he was still a newly advanced early-stage gold core expert. Compared to these old gold core experts, there was definitely a big gap. This year's end-of-year inner sect disciple competition was a heaven-sent opportunity to deal with him in a dignified manner. When Lin Yi heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had already faintly smelled the smell of a conspiracy. However, since this was an official arrangement, he couldn't say much. He could only nod his head in agreement and stand aside as an audience. This news quickly reached the ears of Shanghai Lena. Although this little senior sister was naive, she was not stupid at all. She immediately went to find Shanghai Tianhua and wanted him to step in. "Grandpa, it's really inexplicable. Little junior brother was actually arranged to participate in the end-of-year inner sect disciple competition. This is not fair at all. You still have the mood to practice calligraphy here. Why don't you step in and take care of it?" Shanghai Lena shook Shanghai Tianhua's arm and pouted angrily. "Hihi, what's unfair about this? Lin Yi is now in the early stage of gold core, and in the last battle, he directly defeated Su Zhaohe in one move. Even some inner sect core disciples can't reach this level. If he doesn't participate in the inner sect competition, is he going to participate in the newcomer competition? Little Lan do you think that's fair to other newcomers?" Shanghai Tianhua smiled disapprovingly. Shanghai Lena was dumbfounded by the question. After choking for a while, she said unwillingly, "But, little junior brother is still a newcomer after all. You can't specially target him just because he's powerful, right?" Little Lan although Lin Yi was specially targeted, at the same time, he also got the title of inner sect core disciple. It's not a loss for him, right? What's more, in this old man's opinion, it's hard to meet a good opponent. Instead of wasting time in the welcome pavilion, it's better to have a good fight with these inner sect core disciples. To be able to get this opportunity, I think he's looking forward to it. Shanghai Tianhua continued to write and said with a smile. But even if he doesn't participate in the inner sect competition, little junior brother can still become an inner sect core disciple. This can't be counted as a reward. Shanghai Lena still felt unfair for Lin Yi. "Hihi, since little Lana said so, it seems that we have to give Lin Yi some real benefits." Shanghai Tianhua shook his head helplessly, and then said with a smile, "So, if Lin Yi can shine in this inner sect competition and get a ranking, I will guarantee him the position of the third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion. That's all right, right?" Chapter 4188. The third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion was a position that was recognized as gilded. It had always been in high demand. Even the inner core disciples might not be able to fight for it. If a newcomer like Lin Yi could fight for it, it would indeed be a great benefit. The third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion? Shangguan Lena tilted her head and thought for a while, then reluctantly nodded and said, "That's more like it." "Grandpa, you can't go back on your words. Let's pinky swear." "Okay, let's pinky swear." The old saying that girls are outgoing is really true. Shangguan Tianhua shook his head helplessly and said, "But let's make it clear first. This matter is only between you and me. You can't reveal it to Lin Yi in advance, understand?" "I know." Shangguan Lena stuck out her tongue cutely. A few days later, the annual year-end competition of the inner disciples finally began. Lin Yi went to the competition venue according to the notice he had just received. This place was not unfamiliar. It was the place where he defeated Su Zhaohe in one move last time, the North Island Arena. However, to Lin Yi's great surprise, this time the newcomers of the Welcome Pavilion were not only him, but also Meng Tong. Looking at Meng Tong with flowing white hair in front of him, Lin Yi could not help but be secretly shocked. This guy's strength was actually at the early stage of the gold core realm. How was this possible? If it wasn't for the golden finger that never made a mistake, Lin Yi even couldn't help but wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. During this period, Meng Tong and Xu Ling rushed out together, but they rarely met in the Welcome Pavilion. Lin Yi hadn't seen this person for a long time. However, the last time Xu Lingchong brought people to stop him, Meng Tong was also present. At that time, This guy's strength was only at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Now, less than 2 months had passed, and he had actually become a master at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Wasn't this too strange? Although Lin Yi himself was an abnormal precedent, it was all kinds of adventures and the best quality medicinal pills. There were also all kinds of heaven-defying golden fingers. It couldn't be said that Meng Tong also had so many trump cards, right? What made Lin Yi even more surprised was that at this moment, Meng Tong was walking with Shu Lingchong. When they talked, they seemed to vaguely mention the word dual cultivation. Dual cultivation? Lin Yi was surprised. These two were inseparable, but the problem was that they were both men. Even if Shu Lingchong was erased, he wouldn't be able to get rid of him. At most, he was neither a man nor a woman. He couldn't be considered a woman, right? How were they going to dual cultivate? It was really strange. In addition, seeing that Meng Tong was also participating in the inner court competition, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that he was forced to participate in the inner court competition. Even if it was really Shu Lingchong's doing, this young Master Shu at least had not reached the point where he could cover the sky with one hand. Otherwise, there was no need to let Meng Tong follow him as a foil. Moreover, in fact, Lin Yi did not have much resistance to this inner court competition. The inner court core disciples were all masters of the gold core stage. This was a rare opportunity for actual combat experience. He couldn't ask for more. Maybe when the inner court competition was over, the opportunity to break through would come. From then on, he would break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and become a master of the early gold core stage. That was a great thing. Arriving at the North Island Arena, at this time, there were already dozens of people sitting in the surrounding stands. All of them were standing tall and could not be underestimated. These people were obviously masters of the gold core stage. At this time, there should be no idle people waiting here. Lin Yi guessed that the people present should be the core disciples of the 3 pavilions who participated in this inner court competition. Although not all the people had arrived, but at this time, there were at least 70 masters of the gold core stage who had gathered here. In the end, it might even reach 80 or even nearly 100 people. Any master of the gold core stage would be an elite existence in other sects and forces. The 3 pavilions deserved to be the behemoth that dominated the entire North Island. Such a deep foundation was really not a trivial matter. In Lin Yi's view, the 3 pavilions were so powerful that even compared with the top sects in the Middle Island, they were not the slightest bit inferior. It could be seen that the other 4 islands of the so-called Heaven Stage 5 islands were definitely not as simple as the subsidiaries of the Middle Island. The inner court disciples had not yet arrived. Like the others who had already arrived, Lin Yi simply found an empty seat to sit down and wait. At the same time, he paid attention to the people present. The opponents that he would face next were among these people. While Lin Yi was observing his opponents, the newcomer competition of the welcoming pavilion finally came to an end after a few days of fierce competition. However, although it was fierce, in fact, there was a clear distinction between the strong and the weak. Even if everyone was on the same starting line when they first came in, after a year of tug-of-war, their strength was already worlds apart. Even if Lin Yi and Meng Tong, who were monsters in the early stage of the gold core stage, were excluded, the remaining newcomers were still clearly ranked. Taking the newcomers of the Blue Cloud Pavilion as an example, Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongcai, Li Zhangming, and Murong Zhen were all masters in the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. They were undeniably in the first echelon, followed by the rest of the people. As a matter of fact, the results of the newcomer competition did not have any surprises. Xiao Ran won the first place without any commotion, while Qiao Hongcai and Murong Zhen were both injured in the fight, and they ended up tied for second place. As for Li Zhengming, he quietly ranked 4th. With Li Zhengming's true strength and foundation, even if he was not on the same level as Xiao Ran, he was definitely not below Qiao Hongcai and Murong Zhen. It was just that he was afraid of the blood feud that he had, so he did not dare to show off too much and deliberately reserved his strength. Anyway, as long as he could lock in the top 5, he could become an official disciple of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. As for the first place that everyone yearned for, he did not care at all. Other than strength, everything else was illusory. In the end, Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongcai, Murong Zhen, Li Zhangming, and another newcomer of the Blue Cloud Pavilion became official disciples of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. As for the other newcomers who failed in the competition, they could only stay in the welcoming pavilion to do odd jobs. Newcomers like Cha Wu, who had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage, were even more miserable. Long before the newcomer competition began, they were sent to Jade Spirit Hall to mine. It was an unspeakable tragedy. As for the Soaring Sky Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion, the final results were also uneventful. What was worth mentioning was that the people who came from the common world, Soaring Sky Pavilions Kang Ming and Zhong Pingliang, Mysterious Pavilions Dongfang Badao and Lawless Fist, had all successfully become official disciples of their respective sects. In addition, there was also the Blue Cloud Pavilions Xiao Ran and Lin Yi, the heaven-defying freak. Putting aside their performance on the other islands, at least in the northern region, the performance of the common world people could be said to be brilliant. They completely trampled on the local newcomers of Sky Tier Island, causing a wave of discussion in the streets, and changing people's perception of the common world quite a bit.